Welcome back to another live stream, guys. If you're new here, if you're watching this on the replay, welcome. My name's David Rams. I make videos about animals, and I make videos about how to make the world a better place for animals. That's what I focus on. That's what I talk about. And today, we've got an interesting one because we're going to be taking a look at something that Joe Rogan said about vegans. Now, of course, vegans being the people who are mostly people trying to make the world a better place for animals. It's absolutely the point of veganism. So it's interesting and it's confusing as to why somebody would go after vegans and say mean things about them. But it seems like, you've read the title of the video, Joe Rogan just killed the vegan movement. At the end of the day, he said some things about us. He said that the vegans are a cult and a psyop and things like that. And the real question is there any truth to it? Now, I'm a vegan. I'm just off the bat. I'm biased here as a vegan. But if he has some good points, we just have to we'll have to consider them, won't we, at the end of the day? If he's right, he's right. And that's what we're going to take a look at. So in today's stream, that's the plan. We're going to take a look at what Joe Rogan said. We're going to have a look into whether we agree with him or not, and whether veganism is indeed a psyop, or whether veganism is indeed a cult. I believe they're the two things that he's claimed. We're also going to take a look at some other stuff, because that's not all we're going to look at today. We're going to be also taking a look at some interesting stuff about protein, about plant-based protein. We've got a video that we're going to take a look at, which is going to be a tier list of the best and worst plant-based proteins, and we're going to find out, are there good ones? I think there are. I know there are. I do train and go to the gym, but this is not, this is for all of us to learn together, right? We're going to do that. We're going to take a look at a video by Earthling Ed, who's a vegan activist, and he actually had two meat eaters trying to convince him that what he does is pointless. We're going to take a look at that video. That'll be an interesting debate. We're going to take a look at a comedian who's recently, just 5 days ago, did a roast of vegans. We're going to see if there's anything interesting there. We're going to take a look at apparently over in the UK, the government, apparently, according to this video we're going to look at, the government is going to force vegans to be force Britons to be vegan, force Brits to be vegan. Apparently, the UK government is planning on doing that. Wow, that's going to be exciting, right? And if we have time, depending on which way we do it, we'll also be taking a look at a video where somebody claims that she was lactose intolerant, so was allergic to the sugars in milk, and she fixed her lactose intolerance by overly drinking milk, like drinking too much milk. She apparently that one's it's an interesting one. Somebody recommended me to react to it. They said they were interested in it and looking at it. So I'm not going to say what I think right now, because we're going to come to it later, aren't we? We're going to react to it together. All right, so let's have a little look then at the video we're going to look at today. We're going to be looking at this video by Mike the Vegan. And it's this. He was responding to Joe Rogan. Okay, so this is where I got the inspiration from this. I like Mike the Vegan. I like his stuff, and Joe Rogan had an interview or whatever he does. He does podcast, whatever interviews with some guy called Max Lugavere, and apparently in this. I've seen a few clips of it. Rogan saying, and they're saying, oh yeah, veganism is a psyop, and some of you have already asked here, what's a psyop? A psyop it's like a psychological operation. Basically, I think that's what it stands for. It's basically when there is a concerted effort by some powerful entities to push a certain thing on the public without the public knowing that it's being pushed on them. So that's the point. That's what a psyop is. So they're claiming that veganism is being pushed on people, and usually it's with a nefarious goal. So imagine, I don't know exactly what they're claiming, we'll find out, but they maybe will claim that, veganism is being pushed on people, they're trying to convince people to go vegan because it makes people unhealthier, and then that makes them easier to control. For example, that would be an example of a psyop. Convince them that a plant-based diet is healthy, and then it makes them unhealthy. It's psychological manipulation. If we just keep on pushing it on them, then eventually they'll listen to us and do as they're told. That would be an example of what some would consider to be a psyop, for example. But I don't know exactly what they're claiming. But we'll get into it. Before we do get into it, guys, if I'll be like having a kind of casually checking the chat, but if there is something that you want me to look at, react to, if there's something you want to say that you really want everybody to know, I have the notifications on. So when you do if you use the link in the pinned comment to send a comment that way with a tip, it will pop up on the screen. So I have that set up so it will pop up on the screen and I'll see it and everyone will see it. And then we'll discuss whatever it is that you said or wanted to say. So we'll do that. And you could also use the super chat, but just be aware that the YouTube super chat, they take more of a cut. So if your goal is to help me do more activism and do more work with as much money as possible, you're better off using the Streamlabs link, because that will they take no cut, actually. It's like a small processing fee, whereas YouTube actually takes somewhat of a cut from the super chats. But either way, anyway, it all adds up. It all counts. So thank you for supporting the stream. Even if you do use super chat, it's still a big support. It's just if you can choose one or the other, choose the Streamlabs one, please. And that being said, I think we should jump in then. Let's take a look at what Mike the Vegan said. Let's take a look. More importantly, no offense, Mike the Vegan, but more importantly, let's have a look at what Joe Rogan said.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today, according to Joe Rogan and his guest Max Lugavere, veganism is a psyop, a cult, and virtually everybody's health fails on veganism.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me. It's an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other cult.
They also say that saturated fat being bad is a psyop. Somebody found a new word, which of course stands for psychological operation.
Okay, so I was right on that.
Anyway, we're going to respond to all of that and more, as well as just cover some common ground that we have. They cover some points that I completely agree with. So for the sake of peace, we'll do that. Let's go though. Really fast, the plant.
So they say, okay, so there we have it off the bat. So the claims are that veganism is a psychological operation and an ideology and like a cult. My initial reaction just off the bat, we're going to go through Mike's video, but just my initial reaction, the psyop part I'll leave for now, but the idea that if you have an ideology, you're a cult doesn't really make a lot of sense, because define ideology, right? Let's just quickly define ideology. So a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy. So a system of ideas and ideals. So what exactly is wrong with having an ideology? For example, in the West, we have decided, for one example, that individuals under a certain age shouldn't be involved in romantic activities with individuals above that age, right? We've made laws around this. We've built a moral code around this. We've built systems. People go to prison for doing this. Well, why? Well, because that's an ideology. That's something we have come to, and that is most countries in the West, we have this ideology that it's wrong to do that. Why? Oh, because theyese people are vulnerable, they're not fully formed brains yet, etc., right? But that's an ideology. That's a set of ideals. That's something that we all agree on morally. So ideologies they're not always bad. They come from common sense. They come from protecting the weak. They come from protecting the vulnerable. And if you want to say veganism is an ideology, well, yes, it's an ideology then that has come from people who care about animals and want to protect the vulnerable in the same way as the previous example. So it's strange that to say, well, ideology always means a cult. It's not. That's not always the case whatsoever. Let's jump into this video to see what Mike has to say about it after his advertisement. Is it finished?
#1 podcast in the world. No. Poo-poos veganism. So
okay, yeah, we're here now.
Single program in the world, and he often poo-poos veganism, so I gotta respond. And I will say, I have previously responded to Max Lugavere because he seems to be quite anti-vegan, makes a lot of anti-vegan points, and he had a video largely talking about how not having meat causes depression, being vegan or vegetarian. And a lot of that narrative comes from studies like this one, which on the topic of psyop in a little bit, we will go more into, but also there's just more recent studies that he seems to ignore, like this one out of Australia showing that vegans had lower depression scores and that meat eaters averaged slightly depressed on their depressive symptom score. And also this study showing that vegans had higher well-being rates, about twice as high as meat eaters. But yeah, let's just get to the interview. Over an hour in, Max and Joe just start spitballing about how crappy vegan is, with Max, of course, calling it a psyop.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me. It's an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other cult.
Now, this is a new one, which is why I wanted to respond to it. It sounds scary, and I will say it sort of plays along the lines of, oh, if it's something that I don't like, I'm going to say it's a conspiracy against me. That's a trend.
Yeah, that's...
I personally feel like I'm seeing a lot more. Anyway, what is the actual definition from Merriam-Webster? We have a couple definitions. The first one along military lines, quote, a military operation usually aimed at influencing the enemy's state of mind through non-combative means, such as the distribution of leaflets. Yeah, they dropped leaflets from planes in World War II.
To be fair, I mean, we as vegans, when we're out doing activism and trying to speak up for animals, we do give people leaflets. So, I mean, in that way, we have something in common with these military psyops. You know, we're handing out leaflets, but then also, you know, so does everybody who's promoting a nightclub. They're also a psyop. So does people who give out their business cards. There's also a psyop. You know, I'm just messing around here. Obviously, I'm just being sarcastic, but very interesting. I'm glad that he's brought up the definition of psyops and that it is usually a military thing. And it is interesting that it's a new thing. And it does seem to be being pushed a lot, actually, especially if you go on Twitter, where people have more freedom of speech there now. So pretty much anything can be posted on Twitter at this point, and they don't limit it. You do see a lot of people talking about, this is a psyop, this is a psyop, this is a psyop. So it is a really common theme right now.
And I couldn't help but share this one that I found that the Nazis dropped to try and get American soldiers to surrender. The leaflet asks, will you ever hear her sweat voice again? Misspelling sweet. And a modern example of this would be Russian interference with the 2016 election through social media. This whole nature communication study goes more deeply into that, quite well documented. But to the second definition, quote, someone or something used by the government to influence the population's opinion and attitudes. With the example being the accusation that singer Taylor Swift is a government psyop.
I've heard
so
that
in this
one,
case,
actually.
really any plan by the government to influence the way that people are thinking. And I would say you could even expand this definition to just any large organization trying to influence public thought. But along those lines of everything that you don't like has to be a conspiracy nowadays, I think it's fair to say that there are just forces working on both sides of essentially any issue. So the question becomes, to what degree is that group working against the public interest, working against you, and actually changing things for the worst?
It's interesting. It's an interesting point. Like, when does something become a psyop, right? And I guess it is probably, I would most likely, for me, associate it with government interventions. So, for example, if there's like an election and the current government in power pays off a load of really, really big celebrities to really push one political party or one candidate, and they go really hard on that, could that be considered a psyop? Maybe, because then you are, I don't know, you're using these individuals have massive influence on people, and they're not doing it because they really care. They're doing it, these people, celebrities, they're doing it because they're getting paid. So then does that technically become a psyop because it's fake? It's a completely, basically fraudulent promotion that makes it look like all these famous people really like this candidate, but in reality, they've just been paid a lot of money. Is that a psyop, right? Who knows? I don't know. It's how to define. But in terms of veganism, I can promise you, speaking as someone who's been in the vegan world for a long time, there is no one paying us to do that. There is no government. The government first of all doesn't pay us anything. If anything, the government massively restricts vegans. Like when we do protests and things like that, or we can legally protest in a lot of places, but in a lot of places also animal rights activists get put in jail, get shut down. We have orders against us that we're not allowed to take pictures or take videos of certain buildings, of certain practices, because they don't want the truth getting out about what people do to the animals. I mean, the government tends to work against vegans and animal rights activists in most of the world. So if a psyop is defined by that the government backs it and it's a government thing, then, well, veganism and animal rights can definitely not be a psyop.
And also the actual impact of a given psyop operation, if you want to call it that, also heavily depends on the amount of resources that the group has. And this is where I have to say, just like flip the script a little bit and be like, hey, the meat industry fits this definition better than vegans do. Just in terms of being a large organization, even governmentally connected, that is trying to change the public's opinion. There's a good case. I mean, simple example, we have the Masters of Beef advocacy that started somewhat recently. Another example, going back to that popular study about how vegetarians are more depressed, which led to a huge news cycle in things like the Daily Mail. Well, first of all, that wasn't on vegans specifically and was used against vegans, but more importantly, it was funded by the beef checkoff. And again, checkoffs are government organizations, and in this case, it's an organization that takes some of the money, some of the gains from the beef industry, and then uses that in part to try and change public opinion, in this case, to try and prevent people from quitting eating meat based off the fact that they might get depressed. They make that study, they send it off to the Daily Mail, etc., creates a whole news cycle, changes public opinion, psychology. So in that sense,
yeah, I mean that what he just pointed out there. I don't know if you missed that, but if you blink, you might have missed it. If you blinked, you might have missed it. What he's saying there is there was a study going around that was claiming vegetarians get more depressed, and it was pushed and pushed and pushed really hard, and it was paid for by the meat industry, and it was paid for by a part of the meat industry that works in line with the government. So technically, if we're talking about what is a psyop, if it's government backed, then that study that was pushed, which was on vegetarians, which wasn't even, as far as I'm aware, wasn't even a good study, and a few further studies have shown different results where that's not been the case, that vegetarians were more depressed or whatever. And even then, you'd have to prove that it was because of a vegetarian diet that they were depressed, and that it wasn't the other way around, that depressed people tend to choose a vegetarian diet, which absolutely could be the case, by the way, because people who are more emotional, people who are more in touch with their emotions, people who suffer more, are more likely to empathize with others who suffer. You'll see, for example, this is a sidetrack for a second, but you'll see, for example, with the homeless, a lot of homeless people have a lot of empathy for other homeless people because they suffer and they know the feeling, so they actually really help each other and they have good communities, for example. Suffering, you recognize suffering in another when you actually suffer yourself. So it could well be that people who are having depression and people who are suffering end up being vegan and vegetarian more often. But anyway, they pushed this out there anyway as a study that was like, hey, there's a reason to keep eating meat. It was backed by the government. It was backed by the meat industry. So yeah, if a psyop, if we're saying someone's a psyop, probably, and what he's about to show here, the meat market and how much it's worth, 1.46 trillion, they are probably more likely to be doing a psyop, not the vegans, if anyone's doing it.
We have this $1.5 trillion global meat industry. And then we have vegans, especially when you're just talking about ethical vegans who follow veganism as a lifestyle. We're talking about the actual rebels here. They are a minority. They don't have a ton of money. You know, vegans often have like small activist hubs that are grassroots. Like I was just at Wishbone in Toronto, which has like hand-painted art all over the wall, and they're just trying to frickin' save some animals. But in contrast to that, a Joe who thinks he's the rebel is actually with the establishment here, with the lion's share of the resources and influence, selling Butcher Box in the past, etc. I almost forgot that Max has also sold Butcher Box. Is this episode a meat psyop? And they do mention Bill Gates in passing here, and I think it sort of fits into the whole thing of like, oh, billionaires are trying to take away our meat and replace everything with like plants.
This idea that a steak is delicious, but it's ultimately bad for you. We should consume less meat. Bill Gates saying it with a big pot belly.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ.
And first off, I will say one billionaire like Bill Gates is a proponent of plant-based foods. Virtually all other billionaires eat meat. Makes sense. They're completely insatiable. But in this case, Bill Gates also does, saying that cheeseburgers are his favorite food. And
this is something that actually really frustrates me, is when those who have a lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of influence, they will tell the population to do one thing while they do another thing. It's quite frustrating, and also I find it also personally frustrating when you see people who have absolutely no connection to the average person trying to tell average people what to do and how to live. And Bill Gates, he does some good things. I'm sure he does some good things in the world, but he's one of the people that I believe has done that. Some other people do it as well. Some other celebrities and actors, And you know, they don't know what it's like. They're on the other side of this. They're in the 1%. They don't know what life is like for the rest of us. And so if that frustrates you as well, if you're sick of celebrities telling you what to do, if you're sick of Bill Gates telling you what to do, if you're sick of listening to these people, I would like that you come and listen to me then. Come and spend some time here in this community. I'm not a Bill Gates. I'm not a billionaire. I'm not in the 1%. Trust me, I wouldn't be. Would I be sat here streaming if I was in the 1%? Come on. So, you know, I'm one of you. We all have a lot more in common than you think. I mean, me as a vegan and you as a non-vegan, you might think that we're the polar opposites. We are not. We are in exactly the same boat. we have very, very similar lives, I guarantee you. And so I would ask of you that you spend some time here, join my community, and get involved in the chat, and get involved in more live streams, and find other vegans who make videos online and videos about streaming and things like that, because we are all together in the same boat. You don't need to listen to celebrities or the Bill Gateses or any of these people in the 1%. Listen, come and hang out with us. I don't even need to listen to me as like I'm telling you what to do, but just come and hang out and ask questions and maybe hear me out.
When Bill Gates is asking people to eat less meat with his pot belly, he's doing it from an environmental perspective. Looking at the results of studies like this one, where we have 70% lower greenhouse gas emissions from a vegan diet, like it's pretty obvious that's a good thing to do if you care about the planet. But they continue along the lines of like becoming a blind vegan cult follower.
And once you become a part of that, you lose all objectivity, and you're no longer willing to talk about these things in a rational way. You're defending your religion.
I think it's fair to say that everybody, no matter what their belief system is, has a filter on their perception. That's like what it is to be human. We all have biases, and we're all wrong, regardless of what diet, lifestyle, etc. in some cases. But when it comes to veganism, which is an ethical stance to reduce animal harm, vegans are clearly on the right track there in terms of their animal input and working to change.
I would say I disagree with what he said there and with what Mike said here. Firstly, back to what Joe Rogan said, and now I'll tell you what I think, where he said that you sign up to this religion and then you just blindly defend it. It's probably the case that there are vegans who are in that boat, where any kind of critique that comes against them or the living vegan, they would take it as an offense and maybe not respond in the best way. And that's understandable when you consider, it's an emotional topic. Imagine if you were out there and you saw somebody who was on the street who was trying to help children, and then somebody came over who didn't like children and told them, hey, I think you're stupid, and I think defending children is stupid. That person's probably going to get upset and defend themselves. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but it can happen, right? That doesn't make something a religion. It means it's people defend themselves. But in terms of like what veganism is the idea I suppose it could be classed as an ideology, an idea, but it is the idea that we should live without exploiting animals. We should live without killing animals, without using them for dairy, eggs, and all different animal products. We should not harm them. We shouldn't enact any acts of violence. So we should try to avoid any of that. That's the idea. It's not about at the end of the day, we do live in an imperfect world. So there is an element of trying to live your life and reduce harm to in general, like reduce harm to people, reduce harm to animals. But veganism is avoiding all of these different they're called forms of exploitation. That's what you would call it. For example, killing for meat, or breeding them for milk, or breeding them to be pets, or breeding them and using them for racing, or using them in a bullfight, or setting them out in the fields and hunting them, or I don't know, hurting your dog or kicking your dog. These are all forms of using animals for your own pleasure, hurting animals for your own pleasure. Veganism's against that. That's what veganism stands against. That's the point. And this wouldn't be it's not a religion. It's a very simple concept. It's the same as everybody watching this video would be against doing those things to people. I'm sure you would be against exploiting humans in those ways, so killing humans, or forcing humans to give their milk to you, or forcing humans to work for you without pay, or keeping them in captivity against their will, or making them fight, forcing them to fight against their will, and things like that. You would be against that, but that doesn't mean you're religious. That doesn't mean you're in a cult. That doesn't mean that you have some crazy ideology. It means that you are a good person. You're empathetic. You have compassion, and you see right versus wrong, and that's well done. That's amazing. All that veganism is taking that idea that I just explained to you about people and putting it on animals and saying, well, hey, why would we? Let's not do this to animals either. What a great idea that is. And then if you defend that, it's not because you're religious, it's because you're passionate about what's right and wrong. You're passionate and you want to defend animals. That's all. You get what I'm saying, right? I mean, you don't need to be vegan to understand that, surely. I mean, even if somebody really doesn't like vegans and really, I mean, that's not a crazy concept, is it? Even for you, right? It's pretty straightforward stuff, I would say. You know, it's reasonable, isn't it?
Supply and demand, so less animals are bred and killed to be eaten. And then also get that added bonus of having lower disease rates when eating a vegan diet pattern, talking lower cancer, lower diabetes, lower heart disease, etc. Just because we don't buy those ridiculous arguments that Joe Rogan has made in the past about crop deaths and plant sentience, that doesn't mean that we've lost all objectivity. And I wanted to mention a couple health points because we're about to get into the health stuff here. Joe Rogan apparently thinks that all vegans just have bad blood work, essentially.
Everybody that I know that tries to eat only vegetables winds up feeling like shit. And there's only a few exceptions to that. And again, there's no one size fits all diet. But the people that I know that have gone into a vegan diet, almost all of them get bad blood work.
I'll just say right now, Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan made a great point of him and other vegans like me sharing their blood work quite a bit online. I should do it again. I've just been feeling good and too lazy to get my blood work done.
So it's Mike the vegan here is talking about his blood work. He has good blood work, and there are other vegans that have good blood work. But I don't know if he's going to get into this. But my response to that would be: so Joe Rogan's small group of people he's claiming have been sick or whatever, didn't do well eating plants, just plants, or eating an animal-free diet, and they had bad blood results apparently. Let me ask you guys this, right? Be honest with me here. If the whole world, like everybody in the population, got their blood work done, what do you think the results would be? I'm talking vegans, vegetarians, carnivores, carnivore dieters, omnivores. I'm talking everybody, every different category, every different type of people, every different type of diet. If everybody got their blood work done, tell me, how do you think it would be? Do you think it would be that most people would have good blood work, most people would be healthy, or do you think that most people would be deficient in one, two, or more things? What do you guys think? If we had the whole world get their blood tests done, I'll give you a minute in the chat to say what you think about that. If you're gonna pop it up, go on, guys. Be quick. I'm going to carry on. A couple of you saying blood work doesn't matter. That's not the question, but thank you for your input. I'll just give you what I think. I think a large percentage of people would have some deficiency in something, because in general, people don't eat very well. Most people don't eat very well. Like, there are B12 and vitamin D deficiencies across the world population for various reasons. We don't go outside as much anymore, is a big thing, right? People work inside, and then especially in winter, it's dark when they leave anyway. And even if it's sunny, people still don't really go outside that much. People don't get sun that much. So vitamin D deficiency is a thing. B12 deficiency is also a thing. B12 is a vitamin that we used to be able to get from bacteria in soil, I believe it was, but now we wash everything, so we don't really get it there anymore. And the other place where people get the B12 is from animal products. But hey, here's the kicker. The reason that B12 is in animal products is because the animals are also being fed B12 supplements. And so a lot of people are also finding themselves with low levels of B12 because that's not enough as well. So most people generally are recommended to supplement B12 and vitamin D, right? And most people don't. The supplement industry is multi-billion-dollar industry, and it mostly is serving people who aren't vegan because of the problems I've just mentioned. So I think most people, if we did a blood test sample of the whole world, most people would probably be deficient in B12 and D, and possibly iron. Iron is really, really common as a deficiency to have, not just in veggie and vegan circles, in just the wide population. Anemia is a massive deal and a huge issue. So yeah, Joe Rogan's small little group of friends said they got blood tests and it wasn't very good. I reckon if he expanded that and got all of his mates tested, a lot of them would probably have some problems with their blood tests, because I think just most people have. We live in a world that's built for convenience, not a world that's built for optimal health. And that goes for everybody, unless you're somebody who focuses on your health, which actually a lot of vegans do. A lot of vegans are very careful with the plant-based diet, and you'll find, which we'll get to in this video, that a lot of vegans have really good health because of the focus they put on the diet.
But Joe Rogan, on the other hand, never shows his numbers, and we can pretty much guess that his LDL is way too high.
I'm just completely skeptical of his claim here. Like, really, in Joe's inner circle, he really hangs out with a bunch of vegans
Also
and
that,
plant-based eating people. I highly doubt it. But the fact of the matter remains that Joe has never once, as far as I can tell, and I tell you, I've been doing videos about this guy for quite a long time, I've never seen him once release a blood lab.
And I don't know what vegans he's talking
Really
about.
doesn't show
Yeah,
his
he's
bloods.
had some ex-vegans on their ex-vegan tours, like Miley Cyrus, come through. I don't even think she mentioned blood work, though. But then, more recently, study after study after study has been showing that vegans are doing amazing in terms of blood work. The B12 levels are great. In some cases, even trending better than meat eaters for advanced blood markers, as well as good vitamin D levels, and of course, those great LDL or bad cholesterol levels. And just the claim that vegans have bad blood work is ridiculous when you consider that the average meat eater's blood work is trash. Like, they have
That's what I was saying.
LDL levels that are likely going to cause atherosclerosis.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, there is that. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat, mate. It says, hospitals are filled with sick vegans. Sorry, wrong word. Hospitals are filled with carnivores, which anti-vegans don't mention. Well, yeah, I mean, you're right, Mark. Actually, I mean, this is probably, it could be, but to be fair, there is a statistical element to this in that vegans, we are a small amount of the population. So of course the hospitals are going to have mostly people who aren't vegan in hospital. That's going to happen. But I would bet that if we took, in percentage wise, if we took what percentage of the vegans end up in hospital with diet related issues versus what percentage of non-vegans, people who aren't vegan, end up in hospital with diet-related issues, people who are eating lots of meat and cheese and animal products, I would put my money on that there'd be a higher percentage. So if you get rid of the actual amount of people and you just look at the percentage, I would assume that, and I think I'd be right, that the diets that include lots of animal products would be more likely to end up in hospital with a diet-related disease. I don't think many people would contest that, to be honest with you.
And they try to figure out what's wrong, and then many of them try to supplement, and then one day they'll have a piece of salmon and feel like their body just returned on, and then they go, oh, okay, I got to stop doing this.
Oh, yeah, because that's biochemically possible. Just one piece of salmon and your life is just forever changed. And that probably is a reflection of Miley Cyrus coming on. No, claiming...
Could be. And it's... So if I'm going to steel man this, I'm not going to imagine I want to assume that Joe Rogan's right. Okay, let's pretend he's right. Some people who are eating plant-based, they try eat some piece of fish, salmon, and it makes them feel real. And they're like, oh, I felt like my brain switched back on again. And I was like really pumped up or whatever. What could be the biology behind that? Well, like Mike the Vegan said, it's unlikely that there actually could be any biology that just makes somebody just suddenly recover from whatever, some problem. But what it could be psychological. I mean, you guys, when you eat something that you really, really love and something you were eating for a long time and you haven't eaten for a long time, it makes you feel good, right? You're excited, you're happy, you're pumped up, you're amped up. You're like, yeah, oh my God, I feel great. Could be that. It could easily just be that. In the same way you eat chocolate, it makes you feel really good. But it's just because there's stuff in chocolate that makes you feel good. It doesn't mean that it's good for you. And chocolate in general probably isn't that good for you unless you're eating like dark, super high cocoa, a little bit of it. And there are other things in the world, guys, where they'll make you feel fantastic, but it doesn't mean they're good for you. Do I need to spell it out? Think about the things that rich people do when they go out and dancing in the clubs. Yeah, what do they do to make themselves feel good? We know what they do. Does that mean that's healthy because it makes you feel amazing? No, it doesn't. And so it doesn't really, check out that way. On the other side of things, does it mean that it's right if it makes you feel good? So if something makes you feel happy and pleasurable, is it automatically okay to do? So for example, eating animals, if it makes you feel good, does that suddenly make it okay to go and kill animals? I would argue no. I mean, there are people out there who do horrible things to animals because it makes them feel good. There are people who do horrible things to dogs and to cats and to other animals, and they hurt them because they get pleasure from it. I don't think that's right. I don't think we should stand for that. Well, then that's the same for a burger. That's the same for a piece of salmon, like they were saying. Well, then if all the point of it is just to make you feel good, well, then what's the difference between you and this person who hurts the dog? I mean, I know that's a horrible thing to say, and I'm not. I don't want to make it seem like I think you're the same as somebody who does that to a dog. But in terms of how the animal sees it, do you think they would see you any differently? Do you think the cow that is being killed so that you could eat them in a burger, do you think they see you differently than a dog would see you if you were hurting them? You know what I mean? From the animal's perspective, they probably see you as the same. Like the person hurts the dog, the person hurting them, and you're the same. Whether you want to eat me or not, you're still killing me, you're still hurting me, right?
To not be getting enough long chain omegas when fish get them from algae anyway, which is frustrating. She also clearly was just making larger lifestyle changes from her previously like drug laden and processed food bar based, like nightlife based diet. But I think it's really interesting that Joe latches onto anecdotes about vegans having bad blood work, ignores the meat eaters having bad blood work, ignores the incredible other anecdotes of people on a plant-based diet reversing diseases to an insane degree, as well as the actual studies on diseases. But Joe, you never have those people on your show, which you could say demonstrates that
You're no longer willing to talk about these things in a rational way. You're defending your religion.
Anyway, Matt goes on to make some claims about
Spot on.
saturated fat and heart disease.
Saturated fat still continues to be demonized, right? But only 3% of the saturated fat that your average American ingests comes from steak, comes from meat.
You know when you hear a claim and an alarm bell just goes off in your head? This is one of those, and I'm like, I just got to fact check him. Because a lot of times people making claims on Joe Rogan are wrong, and by a lot of times, I mean virtually all times. Just to pop the first study I found on this topic from 2013, just looking at different foods and what percent of total saturated fat intake they are, we can see that he's wrong right off the bat that beef is over twice as high as he said at about 8.5%. Add other meat, he did say meat in general, with processed meat, another 6.9%, poultry, another 4.2%. And so you're getting up to a share of about 20% of saturated fat being from meat.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the people that would say things about vegans are, well, they're a cult and vegans are a cult, they're saying, and it's a psyop, they're vegans, and all they do is defend their religion. And this is what this guy and Joe Rogan is saying on the podcast. And it turns out, as Mike here has just explained, that to back up what they're saying, they're using numbers that are incorrect. They're using incorrect numbers. And it's what he kind of referred to, who's really defending their cult or defending their religion. Because all the vegans are talking about is, okay, how do we make a better world for animals? What can we do? Joe Rogan and this guy, this Max Lugavere, are just talking about, well, how do we get to just keep eating all the things we want to eat and prove the vegans wrong? I mean, at the end of the day, look, I understand that everybody wants to do what they want to do and they don't want to change. I totally get it. You like the way you live, you like the food you eat, you don't want to change. I understand that feeling. But it's not a good basis for arguing, is it? It's not a good basis, just that I just want to defend the way I live because I like the way I live. I don't think that's a good place to start. And that's where Joe Rogan's starting, and that's where Max Lugavere is starting. Whereas for me, it's not like, before I was a vegan, I was very happy not being a vegan. I loved cheese, I loved eggs. I could have lived like that forever. I could have. But I chose not to because I realized that it wasn't right. It wasn't fair to animals. And I realized that I don't want to do these horrible things to animals. I don't want to pay people to do horrible things to animals. And I am somebody who cares passionately. I've always cared about animals, and I've always felt like, like I see someone hurting an animal and I'm against it, right? And so, and I don't think they deserve that. And I respect that animals feel pain and that they have brains and they have feelings and emotions like we do. And so and that made me change. So I could have just carried on doing what I was happy with and like, yeah, my life is fine and I'll just keep on eating and living the same way. But I chose not to because I realized that I wasn't living the way that I believe. Like, I believe that it's wrong to hurt animals, but I was living in a different way. I was paying for all these things that hurt animals. And so I became a vegan. So my point here is you can not change if you don't change. Okay, that's I would hope you would change, but yeah, you cannot change. But to just go against people trying to make the world a better place for animals just because you don't want to change, probably not a good idea, and probably not like I said, not a great basis to start from, right? And this is what Joe Rogan's doing.
Off by a factor of 6, and it is the case from certain studies that meat-based saturated fat on a gram per gram basis raises LDL more so than dairy or plant-based saturated fat. But even then, I would add that saturated fat from butter raises LDL more than plant saturated fats like coconut oil, as this study found. So it's a spectrum, but he continues.
If you were just to accept that saturated fat is the worst dietary nutrient one might ingest.
By the way, that's a psyop.
Yeah.
Literally from the sugar company.
Yep, he calls this a psyop from the sugar industry, and I think this is so interesting, again, how quick he is to call things on the opposite side a psyop. Yes, it is the case that the sugar industry seems to have not disclosed their interests on a study in the 70s, where they contributed about $50,000 adjusted for inflation today, which is obviously dwarfed by the absurd amount that the dairy and beef industry has spent on research, with the same goal, really, to just make another industry look like it's causing a disease that your industry is probably contributing to. The National Dairy Council has funded a ton of studies, but psyop, I'm just hearing crickets in that direction.
Are we talking about saturated fat in dairy? Because that seems to have no negative cardiovascular impact, right?
And yeah, in terms of butter, which is essentially the most pure source of saturated fat from dairy, we did have that whole butter is back claim. One example, which got a lot of news coverage, was that Siri Torino study, which was, funded by the National Dairy Council. But that was debunked by sources like Harvard saying, nope, saturated fat from dairy is still a concern. We also have this large study on 500,000 people, which found that each tablespoon of butter was associated with a 7% increased risk of all-cause mortality.
It's wild, isn't it, that this guy gets to go on Joe Rogan and make all these claims about things, and then they're just debunked here, like Harvard University debunked it, and wild. And again, it kind of goes back. It's ironic that the guy, he's sitting there saying veganism is some kind of psyop, veganism is a cult, veganism is a religion, and he sits there and quotes things that are incorrect, like statistically incorrect, facts that are wrong, information that is not correct, all to try to defend his way of life, and also to try to defend his sponsors, because he's sponsored by meat companies, he's sponsored by animal product companies. You know, who's really doing the psyop here? Who's really defending their religion? Who's really defending their cult here? Because it doesn't appear to be the vegans. It appears to be the ones that are pushing lies about dairy and lies about meat in this case.
Which goes up to 8% per tablespoon for cardiovascular mortality. And there are countless studies that just show that eating butter raises LDL, that bad cholesterol. And an interesting study I haven't mentioned in a while, it would be unethical to repeat today, but we have studies that took people in mental hospitals, put them on a controlled feeding trial, and even crossed over what their diets were. They put them on a low saturated fat diet. And during the periods that they put them on a low saturated fat diet, the occurrence of heart-related deaths went down by half.
You know, when I tell people that I eat mostly meat, they're like, "What about your cholesterol?" I'm like, so I did try to walk them down the rabbit hole of good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, a balance of cholesterol.
And then, of course, the best data that we have, Mendelian randomized studies, which use genetic information to parse out causality, show over and over again that LDL is causal to atherosclerosis. But for a couple last points from them, I wanted to look at a couple things that we agree on here, which was just a little bit refreshing here. Is Max talking about kale?
I mean, take kale. Kale is the top source of these carotenoids called lutein and zeaxanthin, which we know directly support eye health and brain health. And so I don't see a reason to deprive myself of these greens that I know have these compounds that literally migrate up to the brain, where they help to reduce oxidative stress. They might even improve the way, cognitive function and the like.
Did I just hear somebody mention kale without immediately talking about how you're going to get goiters and die immediately? Like, they're so close to understanding why a vegan diet is healthier. And Joe actually chimes in with a pro-plant point, despite Joe, of course, eating a largely meat-based diet.
I think the arguments against eating those, to me, always are like some of the silliest, is that plants are producing these chemicals to avoid predation.
Yeah.
And that these phytochemicals are bad for you. Like, Jesus Christ, in a world today where there's so much that's bad for you, to concentrate on salad
Yeah.
seems fucking crazy. I don't think anybody's dying from salad.
Good, there you go. That's the first thing Joe said in this that's been reasonable. No, I don't think people are dying from salad. Even people who only eat salad, which is a very bad decision, by the way, don't just live on salad. You got to eat other stuff like lentils and chickpeas and all the different nuts and seeds and all the different legumes. And, if you're eating an animal-free diet, you don't need to even just eat vegetables. There's loads of stuff you can do. There's loads of different alternatives you can get, like animal-free alternatives if you're into the more, if you want burgers and pizzas and stuff like that. But even if you do want to eat just vegetables, you want to be super healthy and just make your own stuff, there's so much amazing stuff you can do there as well. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend only eating salad. You're probably going to feel tired and you're not going to get the nutrition you need. You gotta have a varied animal-free diet. Make sure you learn as well. Make sure you learn how to implement these things, because if you're eating animal products, guys, animal products have a lot of calories, like a lot of calories. The cheese, for example, milk products, lots and lots of calories. Eggs, lots and lots of calories. A lot of people, when they switch to an animal-free diet, they don't replace those calories, and that can cause issues. You might feel good at first, but then you might get issues further down the line. To help you navigate that, it's super simple. You can get free information online, but if you wanted to find a place where it has everything there to learn how to eat a healthy animal-free diet, go to a website called challenge22.com. It's called challenge22.com. It's totally free, and they have dietitians and nutritionists, and it's a really cool system. And again, let me reiterate, it's 100% free. They never ask you for any money because it's volunteer run. These are just really good people who want to help people like you to change and start eating in an animal-free way and be more animal friendly with your choices in your life. All right. They focus on the food side of things. I highly recommend that. They'll teach you how to get the right calories, what to replace what with, get the right nutrition. Once you set up, it's super easy. It's just like learning a new skill. It's just like moving to a new school or going to a new job or learning a new skill. It takes a couple of weeks to get used to, and then once you're into it, and you'll be absolutely fine.
Salad.
Yeah.
Seems fucking crazy. I don't think anybody's dying from salad.
I'm happy that he's rejecting this argument that I'm seeing from carnivores constantly, but he did have Paul Saladino on, who made that argument over and over again in different ways, and his response was not that. It was kind of like, oh cool, yeah, Paul Saladino. But yeah, despite me giving them a hard time, I'm happy that we agree on something, those points about plants being healthy. Anyway, in the end, is vegan a psyop? You'll have to decide for yourself. No, it's clear that psyop is just a term for something that you don't like, an organization that you don't like, working toward changing some public opinion, toward doing what they obviously are going to do. Any organization is going to be trying to further the public interest in their direction. That's just how it works. But again, which one is more likely to be the psyop that is damaging you or public health in general? Is it going to be the $1.5 trillion meat industry, or is it going to be some relatively small vegan food companies as well as little rebel vegan activist hubs around with, again, their hand-painted signs? So I would argue that it's a stronger case that the beef and dairy industries are psyops than veganism itself. And ironically, that recent beef industry funded study, which was trying to show that plant protein is inferior to beef, showed that it wasn't, so that they were equal because it had that NIH funding, probably. I have a whole video on that recently. And yeah, once again, if you want to check out that plant-based bundle, that
Yeah, I think I agree with what Mike said there, and I would say, with everything that we've learned today, from this video here, this podcast with Joe Rogan, with what they were saying veganism's a psyop, veganism's a cult, right? I think with this video and what we learned from Mike the Vegan and everything taken in there, it doesn't appear to be the case. I don't think veganism's a psyop or a cult. I am a vegan. I'm very much into this movement, and no, it's not. There are like let's dive deeper into this, right? And we've got some really cool stuff coming up, by the way, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna look at some more videos as well that I'm sure you're gonna find super interesting. In terms of the cult accusations, let's just be honest about something that from the outside, I understand how people might see veganism and vegans and they say, oh, that's kind of culty from the outside. Because there's some stuff that we do that on the outside, it does seem culty, seem cult-like. For example, vegans they prefer to date other vegans and prefer to hang out with other vegans. Vegans like to, I don't know, we do activism together, and there's a lot of activism, there's a lot of street protests and marches and things like that that have signs and messages that maybe someone would say, oh, it's culty. Vegans are very passionate and very strict. Vegans are strict. They don't say, well, I'm just gonna, just this one time I'm gonna have this burger. No, they're very strict and they're committed to it. And some people see that as culty. Yeah, some of the protesters you might see, as Dillian saying in the live chat now, they wear masks and stand in the street, and people say, oh, that's kind of culty. There's a lot of things that make it appear that way. But I can explain all of them to you. I totally get why you would see it that way, but let me explain them all one by one. So vegans want to only date vegans for the same reason that you want to date somebody who you want to date, like the preference you have. Like what is your preference for somebody that you want to date? What kind of person do you want to date? You will have some choices to make. You have a choice to make on, I don't know, maybe you like a certain hair color, a certain eye color. Maybe you like a certain personality. Maybe you like loud people, or maybe you like quiet people, or maybe you like people who like video games, or you don't like people who like video games. All these different things that you have that you would choose someone. Does that mean that you're in some kind of weird ideological cult because you have a specific type of person you want to date? No, of course not. And vegans are the same. Vegans have a specific type of people they want to date. They want to date other vegans. It's a preference. It doesn't make it culty. But I understand from the outside why it might seem culty. And that's the same with hanging out with people. Some vegans don't want to hang out with anybody who isn't vegan. So I mean, that's the case. I mean, there are people you don't want to hang out with, right? There are certain types of people you will not want to hang out with. That doesn't mean that, again, doesn't mean that you're a cult. It just means you have preferences about the kind of life you want to live and the people you want to bring close to you. I don't see that as a problem. The masks, so the vegans that go out on the street and do marches and do masks and they do activism and things like that. The masks and the different types of things that are used to get your attention. For example, some people are pouring liquid on themselves, or pouring, something that looks like blood. They pour it on themselves, things like that. Why do they do that? Well, it's an artistic expression to get your attention. It's just a way to make you go, hey, what the hell's going on over there? So that you'll look, and then you'll read the messages. It's also a way to get into the media. So if I go outside and I'm like, hello, I would like it if people were nicer to animals. No one cares. No, I mean, some people on the street might be nice and talk to me, but no one's going to come over with a camera and be like, oh my God, like I need to get this to Sky News. I need to get this to Fox News. This is the craziest thing ever. No newspapers are going to pick it up and no TV is going to pick it up. I'm going to be very limited with who I can talk to with this message, right? But if I go out with some kind of mask and 20 people and we do some artistic kind of event in the city center of some big European city or somewhere in America or whatever, and it's really like crazy and impactful and no one gets hurt or anything like that. It's just art. It's nothing crazy. It just visually looks wild and fun and silly, or maybe it looks very serious and very angry and very cult-like, but people will look, people get excited, people talk about it, people put it in the news, right? And so it's just, these are just tactics just to get the message out. That's all it is. Again, it's not a cult, even though it can look like it. And I get where you would be coming from if you said it would look like it. So I did not believe veganism as a cult, even though there are cult-like elements that you might see. And a psyop, I think we've already dealt with that point. The vegan world and the vegan community and vegan activists and all these things, like, it's not like there's a lot of money here. It's not like there's a lot of influence here. Realistically, guys, the vegans and the animal people, they're a minority of the world, like a tiny little minority of people, probably 1% or less of the world population. On the other side of that, the organizations and the businesses and the industries that are against the vegans, the ones that want you to keep on paying for meat and dairy and eggs and leather and fur and all these things that are violent to animals, the people, do you know how much money they make? They're serving 99% of the population. They're making, as we said here, about 1.7 trillion. That's how much the industry's worth, like animal product industry. Like that's probably a low estimate, 1.7 trillion. It's probably even more. So if anyone's doing psyops and cult-like defense of their businesses and cult-like defense of their industry, it's them. It's them. We don't have the resources to do psyops. We can't do psyops, guys. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to be critical of anyone, if you want to go after any group of people accuse them of trying to manipulate the public, accuse them of trying to do a psyop or things like that, if I were you, I would target these industries: the meat industry, the dairy industry, the egg industry. They're lying to you constantly. They show you happy animals in fields. You know it's not like that. You're not a dumb person. I don't think anyone watching this stream is dumb enough, no offense, is dumb enough to believe that when you look at the TV and there's a cow in a field having a lovely time, or a chicken or a pig in a field, and then they're all happy and they're dancing, you don't believe that that's the reality of that system. Surely, come on. Like, there might be one day in their life, or some days in their lives, especially with cows, where they're out in a field. Okay, fine, they might be out in a field, for some of their lives. But you know damn well that what's going to happen to that cow is going to be just grotesque violence. You know that cow is going to go through terror and just a horrible, horrible, violent experience. And you know the cow's going to be basically a baby. Did you know this? They're killed at like 1 to 2 years old. These are babies. They're not, So when you look at these ads and this is all designed, and these animals in the fields and lovely, and it's all happy and it's all wonderful. It's all designed for one thing and one thing only, guys, to get your money from your pocket into their wallets. That's it. Your pocket to their pocket. That's all they want you to do. They don't care about animals. They don't care about you. You've got to, if there's anything you take from my live stream today, please take that. Like, don't listen to these people. If you're not going to listen to me, that's fine, but don't listen to them. Find your own way, but don't listen to them. I don't make any money by telling you the truth. They make a lot of money by telling you lies. A lot, all right? So don't forget that, guys. It's super important. And we got some more. I mentioned to you earlier, I said to you that if you are somebody who's like really focused on health and you want to be like a really healthy animal-free eater, maybe, because a lot of people complain about these fake meats and stuff. And these fake meats, fake meat and fake cheese and all these things, they're not healthy, right? Animal-free cheese, animal-free meat, animal-free pizzas, etc. They're not healthy. Just like the animal versions of them are also not healthy. Like, burgers aren't good for you. Well, animal-free burgers aren't really good for you either. They're not as bad, but they're still not healthy for you. So imagine you want to go animal-free. This is you right now. You're convinced. You say, you know what? I don't want to put the animals through this anymore. I can see that we can be healthy. And do you know what? I think I want to do it. I want to switch to an animal-free diet, and I want to start learning about what veganism is, and I'm going to make these steps, right? But you still want something tasty. You still want something that's like, I want something good, but I don't want to eat the fake meats. I don't want to eat the fake cheese. Well, let's take a look at one way you could do that. So this is, check out this channel. It's called Source Stash. And also, by the way, the previous channel was called Mike the Vegan. You should check him out. If I should have plugged him. My bad, Mike. Check him out as well. But yeah, this is a channel called Source Stash. This guy's a chef. And in this video, look at this, a secret recipe for plant-based burgers that taste just like a burger. This is going to take us through how to do a juicy, dirty burger that is actually pretty healthy.
I've made a ton of plant-based burgers on the show. I've made the Impossible Burger and the Beyond Burger, and I've made a lot of burgers from scratch using TVP, soy protein, and even using seitan. But one of the things that I haven't really done is I haven't made a plant-based burger using mostly plants.
So this is going to be, you saw that burger from earlier, how good that looked. He's going to make look at that, juicy looking burger. He's going to make it just from plants. Now, honestly, I haven't even seen this video. I don't know how he's going to do this, because that to me looks absolutely amazing. I've never made a burger from scratch that looks like that. Thank you, Dillian, for the super chat, mate. He says, here's some money for telling the truth, David. Just don't tell anyone. Thank you, Dillian. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much. So let's see how Source Stash is going to turn plants in his own kitchen into a burger that looked like that, because that looks absolutely wild. Do you agree with me that looks good? Vegan or not, right? That looks good, right? Come on.
using seitan. But one of the things that I haven't really done is I haven't made a plant-based burger using mostly plants. Now, after seeing a video featuring Chef David Lee from Planta in Toronto, where he made a pretty outstanding looking veggie burger, I was inspired to do the same. Now, I'm gonna use most of the same ingredients that he used for his veggie burger because it did look fantastic. Now, the thing was, in this video, he didn't list the amounts of the ingredients, so I am going to guess. I am going to add my own little touches to it, just a few things that I like to add to make my food taste a little bit more meaty. I bet you probably already know what some of it is. But I'm really excited to get this one started because I think this is going to be a really awesome, seriously plant-based, no using processed products, plant-based burger. Let's get moving on this one. So let me tell you a little bit about Green Chef. Green Chef is a USDA organic
is this like a promo?
in every kind of
Come on.
style that goes
Get out of here with that. No, I mean, it's okay.
cut and pour.
I get
Just
it.
with green
You know,
code. I made this really easy, and I
You
just
got to make money. You got to do ads, all right. Don't judge YouTubers.
bought
That was a
mostly
big one.
canned stuff. So I have a cleaned can of black beans.
Okay, was
Made
it from
this
here?
really easy. -80
Okay, here we go. Here's the
today.
ingredients
Thanks,
then.
Green Chef. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of different plants. Now, I made this really easy, and I just bought mostly canned stuff. So I have a cleaned can of black beans, some chickpeas,
black beans,
and about
chickpeas.
half of a can of lentils. Now, this should go together pretty quick. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna chop up and cook our portobello mushrooms.
That's pretty crazy. So mushrooms, beans, lentils, and chickpeas. He's going to put them together to make that crazy looking meaty burger. I don't honestly. I've never seen anyone make a burger like that looks like that from vegetables. I've only ever seen like the Impossible Burger or Beyond Meat. So this is going to be really cool.
Now we're gonna cook the mushrooms in some vegetable oil. Now you can use any different oil that you like, but I recommend like any lightly flavored oil. The mushrooms are gonna serve a few different purposes, I believe, in this recipe, and that's gonna be to kind of soak up the oil and work as a fat and also a binder for the rest of the veggie burger.
I did
Now,
not know that mushrooms could be used as a binder for a burger. That's news to me. I always think, because sometimes when you make your own burgers, I've made my own bean burgers before and they fell apart. I didn't know if you put blended mushrooms into it, that it would stick it together. That's pretty cool.
Things that a lot of people already know about portobello is that it is pretty meaty, so it's gonna go really well with this burger. I'm gonna cook these on kind of a medium-low heat just because I don't want them to kind of burn up. I just want them to simmer and soften up. I'm just gonna lower the heat and let them kind of cook in that oil, soak everything up, and just kind of really soften up. While we're letting these finish, I'm gonna go ahead and prep the beet.
Oh, this is going to be for the red color, I suppose.
Okay, so everything's prepped. Now all we have to
Beetroot.
do is combine it. So we're gonna add our black beans first, chickpeas,
Okay.
lentils, mushrooms, with all that oil and everything. We're gonna add some of the oats. I'm just gonna
Oats.
kind of add these as I feel they're
That's
needed.
pretty strange.
Probably about a cup here, a cup and a half.
It's pretty interesting, like.
And then slowly I'm just gonna
So look at that, right? So you got the blender here. So look how like interesting that is, and it's going to be super healthy because it's just beans, chickpeas, lentils, oats, and some mushrooms, and you blend it up. This seems really cool. Like I'm gonna have to try
pulse
this.
this together and just kind of mix as needed. Pulse together, this is gonna be what binds everything and makes it kind of ground beefy. Now this isn't meant to completely mimic ground beef, it's just meant to be good. So at this point, I'm just gonna add in the beets. Now this is one whole beet.
And
It's gonna give it
beets
some
are
nice color. Just got that beet juice on my hands again. I'm gonna kind of mix this in really quick.
So that's just gonna make
Give
it
it a
all red.
touch. I'm also gonna add in the rest of those oats too. I feel like they really need to be in there to kind of create that texture that we want.
I've never
Now
thought
I'm
about
gonna
putting oats in a burger. You know,
mix in some tapioca starch,
that'll make it like
some
sticky.
nutritional yeast, a touch of Marmite, and a drop of liquid smoke. And then let's pulse this one more time to combine it.
It looks so thick.
Then here is our veggie burger mixture. This is gonna be our meat for our burger. So at this point, we have the
looks pretty
remaining lentils from the can. Now I'm gonna add this meat mixture here to the lentils, and this is what's gonna be what's gonna form this patty into a usable burger.
It looks a little bit like the stuff you would get from the shop when if you go to the shop and you buy like a vegan mince, kind of vegan mincy stuff. It's a similar color, it's a similar look to it. But the difference is that stuff in the shop is made from like soy and different processed stuff, where the thing that he's making here literally just took raw ingredients, blended them together. And there's nothing, there's no additives, there's nothing in there that's like, that could be considered bad for you or anything. It's all really healthy stuff.
Now we're just gonna do a touch of olive oil, and we're gonna make these patties pretty small, pretty thin. We want them to be able to cook all the way through and firm up. I have some VioLife cheddar slices that we're gonna throw on top of this once we give it a flip. Really excited to see how this comes out. Now there's a decent amount of oil in here, and I'm just kind of pushing the oil up to the sides. That's gonna just help kind of firm up the sides. See if we can flip this guy without it coming apart.
Look at that.
There we go. That looks good. That looks awesome. Gonna throw a few slices of the VioLife cheese on here. Put a cover on this.
So the cheese is the only thing that he's bought. So the cheese is from a company called VioLife, which they make really, really good vegan cheese. But you don't need to do that. If you want to have the whole burger, the whole experience is only with like your own plants, you just made it yourself, you could just do it without that. I think you should. I think if you've gone to the effort of making this burger from scratch, just throw some VioLife cheese on it. You'll be fine.
Let this cook up. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Oh. So I'm gonna make, just to make this a double, we've got a toasted bun, some pickles, and let's put this burger together. Whew, that is hot. Got a second patty, look at that.
Awesome.
Look at that. This looks amazing. Just gonna drizzle some of my chipotle sauce on this burger. Top this guy off. I mean, come on. I mean, look at this. Look at this thing. This thing tops any regular beef burger. This thing can take on any other veggie burger out there. I mean, just
I'm getting hungry, guys.
look at it. That
looks
is
so
a
good.
100% plant-based cheese burger. Veggie burger, real veggie burger. I mean, the meat on that looks phenomenal. I am happy about that. Wow. Cheese.
So that's awesome. Like he made an actual cheeseburger, like a beef burger type cheeseburger, and he did it along with plants. Like literally, look at that. It's absolutely amazing. I have to try this. I've never even tried this before. I usually, to be totally honest with you, I just buy those store vegan burgers. I just buy them from the shop, and I love them. You know, I love the store-bought vegan burgers. And look, if you don't want to cook and you don't really care about processed food, stuff like that, just buy them at the shop, and they're not going to kill you. A burger every now and then from the shop, a vegan burger from the shop's not going to kill you, but this is going to actually probably be good for you. I mean, nothing fried is necessarily good for you, I would say. If you're frying something, it's probably not going to be like the healthiest thing ever, but this is the closest you could get to a healthy fried, greasy burger without animals. Solid. That is very exciting. I'm getting like, it's difficult for me to talk right now because my mouth's watering, to be honest with you. I'll take a little drink of my... I got some chocolate soy milk. I think it's soy or oat. Ah, very good. Very good. So there you go. So you don't even need, if you know, there's a common thing that people say, I would go vegan, but I just don't want to eat all these fake meats. I don't want to eat all these things. It's like you don't have to. You can. This is just one example of one recipe from this guy's Sauce Stash. There's so many other recipes. You can make so much amazing food. And anyway, buying the vegan specialty stuff at the shop, it's not the end of the world. It's not going to kill you. And also, people talk about it being expensive. Then don't buy it very often. Just do it every now and then as a treat. And instead of buying that, make this stuff. It's cheaper. Like this is so cheap. Lentils, beans, chickpeas, beetroot, oats. That stuff is so cheap. And you could make, if you bought bags of all those things, do you know how many burgers you could make for the price of if you tried to buy this many burgers in the shop? Like you probably could make like 100 burgers for the price of like 10 if you bought them at the shop. Like 10 store-bought vegan burgers. If you took that money and bought the ingredients for this one instead, you could probably make 100, I reckon. Something crazy like that. You save a lot of money. And this is remember, this is one example of one recipe. This is a guy called Sauce Stash. So go check him out if you want to go and find out more cool recipes like that. Also check out, there is a guy called the Burger Dude, is it? Is that what he's called? The Burger Dude? I think it was the Burger Dude. Yes, the Burger Dude. This guy's also really good. The Burger Dude. He's got really, really cool recipes as well. He's got stuff about, like, you know, different burgers you can make. He does like traditional American diner meals, and he makes them vegan, like vegan eggs, vegan turkey, stuff like that. And this is all stuff you make at home. You don't buy the stuff from the shop. You make it at home. And so this is another great channel. Check it out, The Burger Dude. 2 really, really cool channels. And if you're not into burgers, you're not into pizza and stuff like that, there's tons and tons of other recipe channels online on YouTube that you could check out. So go and check them out, guys. Don't go anywhere though, because we've got more coming. I've got a fun-packed stream for you today. We've got a nice variety of stuff and really interesting stuff to get into. And I think for the next thing for us to have a little look at, let's have a little. I actually don't know what this is. I don't know what he's saying, but there's a comedian. Do you guys know who Russell Peters is? Do you guys know Russell Peters? So he's a comedian over in the States, and he just posted a video 5 days ago. This is only a short one, but it's him doing stand-up, and it just says vegan. And I don't know what it is. So let's do a little interval between videos, and let's just have a little a little comedy. As I said, genuinely, I have no idea what he's saying here. I've never seen this video. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what the joke is. So I'm going to be live reacting to this the same way you're going to be live reacting to this as what he says about vegans. So let's have a look.
Are there any vegans here tonight? Yeah, they don't have the energy to see. See that?
Oh, that's cheap. That's cheap. That's not a good start. Jimmy Carr did the same bloody joke like months ago, and he wasn't even the first to do it either. Russell Peters is a professional comedian. All right, I won't pause it again. I'll let him go on for a little bit because comedy's kind of ruined if you don't just like let it breathe. But that was not a good start.
Any vegans?
Come on. Can do better than that.
I have no energy. I'm lacking iron. Vegan weirdos. You know what I met that really freaked me out? I met an Indian vegan. How the does that happen? Because here's the thing. Indian people, we discovered vegetarianism centuries ago. Centuries ago. And to this day, a lot of Indian people still are vegetarians. So, but that's fine, you know what I mean? And white people, you never understand. They always go, oh, you guys worship cows, right? You guys worship cows. First of all, they don't fucking worship cows, all right? Indian people don't worship cows. We understand something about the cow. We understand we get the butter, the cream, and the milk from the cow. Why would I eat the cow? When I go to Dairy Queen, I eat the ice cream, not the machine. So I asked this Indian vegan, I go, were you a vegetarian before this? She goes, yeah. And I go, and what? What did you give up then? You're a vegan now. I gave up dairy and I didn't want any more animal products and dairy and milk. Well, where the you get milk from? You ever had almond milk? Oh yes, almonds, those milky delights. I've squeezed almonds, not a drop of milk came out of them.
Holy shit. I actually can't believe he's doing... I'm sorry, I have to pause again. I can't believe he's doing these jokes these jokes are stolen from other comedians. Like the joke about, like, are vegans here? Oh, yeah, too tired, right? First time I heard that, I laughed because it was funny. It is funny. I'm not offended. It's a funny joke. Jimmy Carr told it. This joke about milking the almond, Jack, oh my God, what's his surname? Jack, I can't remember his name, but it's been told by another comedian about 3 years ago. This was posted 5 days ago. So either Russell Peters here came up with this stuff before everybody else and is just posting it now, or he's just copying other people's jokes, and they're not good. If he copied other people's good jokes, then maybe it would be funny, but they were always just not that good jokes. I mean, the first one about being too tired to put the hand up made me kind of snigger like a little bit the first time, like, okay, yeah, it's kind of funny. It wasn't like a belly laugh out loud joke. And as someone just as LS pointed out here, These jokes are made by every single person who doesn't like vegans in the comments section under every video. These are not professional comedians' jokes. But anyway, there's another minute or so. Let's see if this gets any better, because this is so... It's funny because it's bad.
Did was cut my hand. How do you even... Where's the teat on an almond? Who's doing this?
I can't believe he's copied this joke. That's wild.
973,000 left to go and you'll have a cup of milk. You know what my wife likes? My wife likes oat milk. What the is oat milk? Oats are dusty. Where are you getting milk from? You ever go to dinner and there's one vegan in your group and you want to punch the person in the face that brought the vegan? Because you can't hit the vegan. They can't take a punch, so you can't hit them. Pretty sure if you cut a vegan open, packing peanuts comes out of them. Just...
Packing peanuts? I don't know what that is.
I was in Tampa, Florida, and I asked the audience, I go, any vegans here? And this one girl goes, I'm a vegan. I go, how long have you been vegan for? She goes, 2 years. I go, what made you become vegan? She goes, I saw that movie, What the Health? And it just like totally changed my whole life. I go, really? How many times did you watch this movie? Just once. You saw a movie one time and your whole life changed? Yeah. You're that easily influenced by shit that you can see something once and your whole life changes? Yeah. I go, let me give you some friendly advice, sweetheart. Don't ever go to Pornhub.
Last joke was pretty good, to be fair to him. Last joke, pulled it back in the end, but the other stuff was terrible. The last one was the only one I actually thought was creative and witty and interesting, but I didn't get it. I would have laughed probably harder if the video didn't just cut off where it cut off. It was a bit weird. But actually, yeah, for those watching it, if you're like baffled by the idea of that someone could watch one thing and then change their entire life, I highly recommend that you go watch something right here on YouTube called Dominion. Just type it in the YouTube later on, maybe save it for later, or do it right now, then come back and tell me about it. Tell me how you feel. It's called Dominion movie or Dominion film or Dominion documentary. That's what you're looking for. And it'll come up on YouTube. Watch it. If you don't believe that one film could change your life, just watching one film one time could change your life, I challenge you to watch that film and really pay attention to it and really feel that film. And yeah, see if I think it could change your life. I think it could change your life for the better, make you see things differently, make you understand things differently. I recommend it. But this video definitely is, this one that we're watching together is not a video that's going to change your life. If you were trying to be a comedian and you watched that to learn how to be a comedian, you would end up being a terrible comedian. So I do not recommend you use that as your training to become a comedian. Oh my God, it was so bad. All right. Let's have a look at a bit of drama from the UK. We have a situation in the UK, apparently. This was posted a couple of weeks ago, but I believe it's still an ongoing thing, where apparently Labour, the government in the UK, is apparently going to do an authoritarian plot to force English people to be vegan. This is apparently what they're doing. They're going to force English people to be vegan. Are you guys ready to find out how the UK is going to start forcing people to be vegan?
Good evening. The slow march to eco-communism begins. Britain must cut its meat and dairy consumption by half to meet the latest net zero targets.
So that's not vegan. If you cut your meat intake and your dairy intake by half, you wouldn't be a vegan. You would be somebody who has cut your dairy intake and meat intake in half. Like, if you were a vegan, that would mean that you have decided that you don't believe that animals are here for us to use and to kill, and you actually have decided that you don't want to be a part of that anymore, and you want to try to do something different with your life. You want to pay for things that don't do that to animals. You want to choose options that are good to animals, and you start avoiding all the things that hurt animals and exploit animals, like meat and dairy and eggs. That would make you a vegan. If you reduce those products, you would be somebody who is you're doing something for animals. You're making different choices, but you wouldn't be a vegan, would you? You understand what a vegan is, right? A vegan is someone who is, as I just explained. So no, the UK isn't. We should just stop watching this video right now. It's not. The UK is not forcing people to be vegan.
According to the government climate change watchdog, the CCC, who are behaving more like the CCP. The plan to cut our meat consumption by 50% is now sitting on the desk of Ed Miliband, whose zeal for net zero will see us bet the house and our energy supply on flaky renewables. The chairman of this dystopian climate change committee has said that persuading British consumers to change their diets would play a key role in achieving these cuts in emissions. Well, there's your red flag already. The government persuading people to do things has dark echoes of the pandemic, when our faces were covered by those, in my view, scientifically worthless masks. At the time, the government persuaded us to stay home and save lives, even though non-lockdown countries had similar, if not better, outcomes.
It's quite interesting how he's making a connection to something that people are really, really emotional about. So when all of that happened and people were being told to do all these different things, I'm talking back in 2020, right? 2021. That was a really bad time. That was really horrible, really emotional, really, a really terrible time for people. And the government probably made a lot of mistakes. The government probably said some things that weren't correct. They gave advice that wasn't correct. They were scrambling. They were making stupid decisions. Everybody was kind of scrambling. Everyone lost their minds, right? He's comparing that to and saying, oh, well, the government should never convince you to do anything then. So wait, so if the government says go to the gym more, because if the government says, right, the government in the UK, we have the National Health Service, right? So that means that it's paid for by taxpayers. It's paid for by the people in the government, and it needs to be funded, blah, blah, blah. So people don't pay for healthcare. Let's imagine they have an obesity crisis where people are just like, there's no beds free, people are dying, they don't have the money to treat them, they don't have the money for doctors to pay salaries, and it's all crazy. And the government comes out and they go, hey, listen guys, you guys need to start going to the gym. You need to cut your calorie intakes. Also, we're going to put a higher tax on Coca-Cola, we're going to put a higher tax on McDonald's and KFC, because we can't afford this anymore, right? Imagine the government does that. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Because they're telling you to like go to the gym and eat less bad food. Oh no, they're trying to convince us of something. Yeah, they're trying to convince you of something, but it's objectively a good idea to go to the gym and cut down on eating bad food, isn't it? Those are just good ideas. Or are they bad ideas now because the government said it because of all of the pandemic times when they said bad things? So now everything the government says is wrong, even if it's obviously a good thing. And so if the government's saying that, imagine the government's like, okay, listen, we want people to cut down on eating animal products. One, because we can't produce animal products at this level without cruelty, right? Without really disgusting cruelty and violence. It's too big. We want to shut down all the factory farms. Imagine the government says that. We don't want factory farming anymore. It's factory farming. Most people in the world agree factory farming is horrific, right? And now the government says, you know what? We want to stop factory farming, but it means we have to cut down animal products. Imagine they say that, okay? Oh, they're trying to take away our freedoms. Well, no. They agree with you that factory farming is bad, which you agree. I'm sure everybody watching this video is like, yeah, factory farming is really bad. So the government says, okay, then, well, let's cut down on meat, let's cut down on dairy, and let's get rid of factory farms. Is that all of it? Okay, that's bad now because the government said it. Well, no, that's something that people have been saying for years, right? I can see someone in the comments who is not a vegan, who eats meat, is saying, I don't support factory farming. Loads of meat eaters don't support factory farming, and loads of animal eaters don't support factory farming. And so, but if the government says, let's shut down factory farming, is that a bad idea now because the government said it? This is the logic that this guy's using right now, and it's quite ridiculous.
And whilst the vaccine may have helped the vulnerable, to this day, given that it didn't stop transmission or infection, no one has explained to me why we jabbed the entire healthy population.
I'm not going to like play him just going on and on and on about stuff that happened years ago to try and prove his point, because it doesn't prove his point. People made stupid decisions back then. Governments made terrible decisions back then. Who knows why they did it? It doesn't mean every other decision they ever make is bad. Governments and you know, people in positions of influence and power, they can make mistakes and then they can make good decisions. So yeah, it's dumb logic. I don't want to hear more about this, all the COVID stuff. I'm so over all of that.
Minuscule 1%.
Okay, here we go.
And a glass of sense. Why are we giving up a ribeye steak, fish fingers and a glass of milk to reduce our already minuscule 1% of global emissions, whilst China, Brazil, the USA and India burn fossil fuels for fun?
Reason being that the government of the UK has absolutely no control over what the governments of China and India and other countries do. All the government of the UK can do is try to make decisions that impact the UK and the people of the UK. That's it. I mean, it's like when people ask me the same question. They say, oh, if you care so much about animals, why don't you go over to China and do something about it? Because A, I don't speak Mandarin. B, I have no idea of the culture. C, I live in Europe. Why would I go to? I can't go to China. And even if I wanted to go to China, I would have zero impact in China. We can only impact what we know, and we can only change what we know and what we have access to, right? As much as I would love to try and make some impact in a country like China, I can't. I literally can't do it. I have to just try and support the people who are working in China and who are working in Asia, which at the present, I'm not focusing on those parts of the world, but I'm sure in the future, and I would try to. There's not really much, I've already kind of looked into it too, there's not really much you can do. Because if you don't speak any of the languages and you don't have a lot of money, there's not really anything you can do to help the people who are working on this stuff in Asia and China, you know? All right. What else?
China are not doing net zero, so why are we?
China, this guy is ridiculous. China are not trying to do net zero in terms of like, you know, emissions for the environment. So why should we? That is wild. So China, for example, has dog eating festivals. Why don't we? Right? In some parts of the world, they still eat people. So should we, right? Because, you know, so we should start eating people. I mean, why should we not eat people if other people... The guy's logic is hilarious. I got to admit, like, I'm usually a little more reasonable and I'm more open-minded to people. But with this guy, he's proven himself to be what I would call a hack. He just makes videos to try and... get people upset and angry. I don't have much patience for him. I've got a lot more patience for the chat. Let's have a quick look at the chat, by the way. I saw somebody ask me a question because I take my mind off this guy for a minute because he frustrates me because he really is just out there to try and upset people so that he gets more likes and gets more shares and gets more views on his video. And I just don't respect that at all. And I'm sure you don't respect that either. I'm sure none of you here, vegan, whether you're vegan, whether you're not vegan, whether you're interested or not interested in veganism, whatever, we can all agree that people who do videos like this where they're just trying to upset people, get people angry, it's not a good thing, right? Okay, so I see a comment by Horn. You're asking me a question. I want David Rams to tell me why it's wrong for me to drink milk from my uncle's farm. The cow mother and her baby is together. No animals are killed. They live happy on the farm. What's wrong? There are a few things to talk about here, Horn. The first thing is, even if you were right, let's assume that you were right. Let's pretend that I completely believe you, for one. I don't know you, so I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm saying I don't know you. And let's imagine that this is the case. You've got this beautiful situation where you have a cow, and for some magical reason, she makes milk, okay? And let's imagine she just has babies, and there's just milk, and she's just a pet cow that happens to have a baby somehow. Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. And she's just having milk. Let's imagine, I agree with you, that's a really good thing, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. You tell me how many people in the world have that situation? And how many people in the world Or how, on the opposite side, how many in the people in the world don't have that situation, and how many people in the world get their milk from the systems that do all of the horrors that you could imagine to cows? So tell me that first of all. What do you think? I think we know the answer. We know the answer. The answer is the vast, vast, vast majority of the world is getting their milk from the farming industries, factory farms, or even non-factory farms. All dairy farms across the world have something in common. They force the cows to get pregnant, all of them. They take their babies away from them, all of them. They sell their male babies to be killed in the meat industry. And if they're females, they raise them to do the same job as their mum did. And when their mum doesn't give us much milk, she is also sold to the slaughterhouse and she's also killed. So this is the dairy industry. This is how milk comes to be. This is where we're getting it from, all right? Now, how many people are getting the milk that way? About 90% or more of the world. The way you're talking about, probably not even 1%. Now, let's talk about the problems with what you're talking about, though. If the whole world somehow managed to get milk in the way that you're talking about, they would need wouldn't be something people have every day. It would be impossible. It would be impossible for everybody to get milk that way, okay, unless there was some magic involved. So that's not feasible, for one. But for two, how is your uncle getting that cow pregnant? Is he just sitting around waiting and hoping she gets pregnant? No, he's not. He's shoving his arms in her and he's injecting her with bull semen to get her pregnant. What is he doing with any of the boys on the farm? He's selling them. Why would he keep them? He doesn't need them. He sells them. And then they kill them for meat. What about when she gets old and she's not having as much milk? Does he just keep feeding her, keep giving this cow medicine and look after her? If that's the case, his farm will be getting bigger and bigger and bigger, year after year after year, just growing and growing until he has hundreds and hundreds of cows. I don't think that's the case, is it? No, because what he's doing is selling them. He's selling them to slaughterhouses who are killing them. So even in the case of your uncle, even if that is the best scenario, right, if you think that, it's still flawed because of that. They're still doing horrible things to cows, still doing horrible things to animals. And even if they weren't, the world can't do that. So the best thing we can do for animals is to not drink milk, not support anyone who's milking cows, and instead look for all the different alternatives where we can get our nutrition without animals, with animal-free nutrition, which we can do right now. It's well established that we can do that. Use challenge22.com and get free support, free advice, and free guidance from volunteers, qualified volunteers, who will never want any money from you, ever. Because all they want is to help you live in an animal-free way because they care about animals. Challenge22.com, guys. Instead of looking for ways to exploit animals less, or use animals less, or use animals in a better way, or just leave them out of the equation. That's what I say. Leave them out of the equation. There's no need to look for better ways to do the wrong thing. Let's just stop doing the wrong thing. And so many of us can. I put money on it that if you're sat here on my live stream right now, in my live chat watching me, you can go animal free. You can do it because you have internet, for one. So you're probably in a good position, privileged enough to have the internet, privileged enough to be able to sit and relax and watch me talk. So you probably also have the means to change your life and be better for animals and make more choices that help animals. When you're at the supermarket, just pick the animal-free options, guys. It's super simple. What could you do today? Here's my question to you before we carry on with this video. What could you do today? What decision could you make today that's animal-friendly that you were doing differently before? You don't have to answer, but just ask yourself the question, what could I do today? What could I do at the shop? What could I choose differently? And then do it. Begin there. It all starts somewhere,
Another question that you won't get a straight answer to from these eco-ideologues who would have...
This is more about eco stuff, this is more about environmental stuff. This is not really what I talk about on the channel. I talk about animals specifically, but...
Please see us living in caves and munching on crushed beetles. Have you noticed, as with lockdowns, masking and vaccines, once again, we have government measures courtesy of the expert class, who in my view got it completely wrong during COVID.
Oh my God, he's still going on about that.
The consequence is less freedom, less choice, and being less healthy. It's blindingly obvious that we are omnivores and that meat, fish and dairy are an important part of our diets.
This guy's a doctor now. You know how people who are misinformed, like this guy, but he speaks as though he's speaking in facts here. Like, this is the fact.
Now, I've got vegans who watch and listen to...
Okay, like, let's just go back. He's just glanced over this omnivore point. Let's just hear what he said again.
We are omnivores.
Okay.
And that meat, fish and dairy are an important part of our diets.
He says, it's obvious we are omnivores and that meat, fish and dairy are an important part of our diets. He provides nothing to back that up, by the way. The reason that he doesn't show anything to back what he said up is because it's contested. It's because that... what he's talking about here is, first of all, whether we are if we are omnivorous, by the way, omnivorous means we can survive on both plant and animal food, or we could also survive on plant food, right? Omnivorous means we can survive on only plant. It doesn't mean that you have to have both. It means that you can be healthy on one of them. And so it doesn't debunk the vegans, it doesn't debunk the plant-based diet if we say, yeah, we are omnivores, because we are able to process both animal and plant food. It doesn't mean that we can't thrive and be healthy on plant food alone. We can thrive and be healthy on plant food alone. And saying that meat, fish, and dairy are important parts of our diet, well, if that's where you're getting your nutrition from, yes, they are important parts of your diet. But if you're getting your nutrition from animal-free places, like fruits and vegetables and nuts and legumes, or if you're taking a supplement that's animal-free for B12 or for D3, which, by the way, vegan or not, you should consider taking B12 and vitamin D supplements, then you're getting your nutrition. So then the meats, dairy, and the fish and the eggs, then they're not important parts of your diet because you're already getting your nutrition from animal-free sources. So I honestly, I struggle with this guy. I honestly can't really stand him. I actually already know his shtick from here on in. I think I've seen this before because he just repeats himself. This is a speech that he's done before.
Now, I've got vegans who watch and listen to the show, and they love the vegan way of life. But going plant-based makes it far more difficult to get the protein the body needs. Right. And in many cases, doctors recommend that you should supplement with vitamins and minerals just to make up the shortfall.
Okay, so he's wrong about the protein. There have been studies that show that the outcomes in terms of building muscle between plant protein and animal protein are equal, and in some cases the plant protein performed better, so he's wrong there. In terms of supplements, doctors recommend supplements for the vast majority of the population because, as I said earlier, most people are deficient in either B12, vitamin D, or iron. Those are the three most common deficiencies in the world, and that's whether you're vegan or not. So just doctors saying you should supplement, that's everybody in the world. That's not a specific vegan problem. So he's wrong on both counts there.
Which doesn't sound very healthy to me. Plus,
also the supplement industry is worth billions, and vegans are a tiny 1% of the population. The supplement industry exists and profits mostly from people who aren't vegan.
A move to plant-based will see the hideous spectre of monocrop agriculture. How that's good for the environment.
The vast majority of crops in the world grown through monocrop agriculture, which he's demonizing here, are grown to feed animals, not to feed people, because we breed, raise, and kill around 80 billion, probably more, animals a year, okay? And if you include fish in that, it's into the trillions, including like fish farms, I mean, because fish also need to be fed with which does also, it's also grown, it's also plant. Part of their food is plant food, okay? So with that included, the vast majority of crops grown are grown to feed animals. So if he's got a problem with monocrop agriculture, as he's saying here, he's saying it's a really bad thing, he could start by eating an animal-free diet.
Is anyone's guess, with wheat, soy, rice and other crops sprayed with litres of chemical fertilisers and pesticides.
Again, the vast majority of those crops are grown for animals. So if he's got a problem with pesticides, he's got a problem with monocrop agriculture, his best bet is to stop eating animals.
Which is in stark contrast to dairy farming, in which the cows eat the grass, then poo on it, which nourishes the soil, and they wee on it, which waters it. This report also ignores the extraordinary value of meat as a foodstuff and material. You get about 1,000 burgers from one good-sized cow. The bones are crushed up for use as a natural...
He's going on about the meat industry here. He's completely avoided the fact that with the dairy and the meat industry, the animals are fed animal feed. And that animal feed is grown. And there are a lot of cows that they're feeding with this animal feed that he was just complaining about the crop agriculture. Well, here is the situation. The crop agriculture is feeding all these animals that he's now praising the industries for milking and killing. His logic doesn't logic.
Soil fertiliser. The blood and any other unwanted connective tissue is used in dog food, cat food and other processed meat. And
Yes. So none of this changes the fact that doing all of these things to animals, all of this violence to animals is wrong. It's wrong to do these horrible things to animals, even if you use every single piece of them. I mean, if there was someone out there who was hurting animals for their own pleasure, just because they enjoy it, if they used every single piece of the animal, would that make it suddenly okay? No, of course it wouldn't. I don't think it's okay also for a burger either. I don't think it's okay to do that for a glass of milk either, because these things are just for pleasure. They're just for our enjoyment. Even if you use every part of the animal, it doesn't make it any more of a good thing. It's not like it's good because you did that.
we even use the skin as leather for our shoes, handbags, and the lovely sofa or armchair that you're hopefully sat in tonight watching this show. If we come off meat and go plant-based, it will be a gold rush for the food industry, who will be serving up hideous soya burgers.
It will be a gold rush for the food industry. We just established earlier that the animal-based food industry, like meat, I think it was just the meat industry, was worth 1.7 trillion. No, what it would be, it wouldn't be a gold rush for the food industry. It would be a disaster for the food industry if everybody in the world suddenly just went vegan. The meat industry, the dairy industry, and the egg industry, and all the animal industries, and all the trillions, they would go into disaster mode. They would be desperate. It would be a nightmare. That's what would happen. It was not, this is what he's missing here. This is all the part that he's missing. Would some alternative protein companies maybe do better? Well, yeah, probably. Would the lentil companies do better? Would the broccoli companies do better? Well, yeah, I guess if people were going to eat more of that kind of food. But the most important part here is the companies and the industries that make money from doing horrific things to animals that I'm not even going to go into it on this stream, because it's just so horrific that it just really kills the mood. It depresses me to think about it. The things they're doing are just so phenomenal, just so disgusting. It stops them from earning money. Isn't that a good thing? Everybody agrees on one point that factory farming is atrocious. You all agree with me on that, whether you're vegan or not. You're probably against factory farming. Well, if people move to animal-free, those places will stop. Those will be the first to go, actually, I would say. That's the point that this guy's missing.
Fake meat sausages and vegan bacon, the first two ingredients of which...
Why does he say that? Vegan bacon. Like it's a really bad thing that people make food that doesn't have animals in it, that people can still enjoy.
Water and vegetable oil. Yum.
The first two ingredients are water and vegetable oil. So vegetable oil, which I guess most of you cook with every day, and water, which most of you drink. Apparently, these two products now are there's something wrong with them. I mean, wait, so what? Sorry. So now vegetable oil and water is. Oh my God. We'll give this guy a couple more minutes and then we're going to go on to something else. I feel like I'm losing the will to live and also brain cells at the same time.
These processed meats will see public health worsen because they're not natural or healthy, and the
Sorry, I'll let him go.
environmental case doesn't even stack up either, because it will see a further reliance on factory-made pre-packaged food shipped to us via millions of road and air miles. Make it make sense.
Wrong again. And if he wants to go environmentally speaking, animal agriculture is established at this point that if you're concerned about the environment, animal agriculture is the biggest polluter on the planet. So it's not even close. So you would stop supporting that. Okay. His point about these products not being natural, so that makes them bad. The guy sat in an air-conditioned office talking to a camera with a microphone clipped on him. He gets his food from the local store. He lives in a home that has, really modern stuff like electricity, and he probably takes paracetamol and takes none of this stuff is natural. Modern medicine isn't natural. Conditioning isn't natural. His suit isn't made of anything natural. His glasses are made of plastic. Okay, the guy does not care about what's natural, and things that are unnatural doesn't mean they're bad. And things that are natural aren't automatically good. This idea that if it's natural, it's good has been pushed by a lot of businesses. A lot in the meat industry and the dairy industry try and push it because they say, well, milk is natural, meat is natural because I don't know what the logic is here, just because they kill a cow and so it's natural. And killing a cow is more natural than blending some lentils and some beans and making a burger. It's okay, whatever, if that's what you think, but natural doesn't just automatically mean good. As Virginia just popped up in the live chat there, poison ivy is natural. Poison ivy is natural. Cancer's natural. Cancers are probably the most natural thing about a human life. I mean, isn't it? Not the majority of people, that's how they go out, isn't it? It's how the majority of people die, I think. It's of cancer. It's at least one of the big three. Perfectly natural, obviously. We've had cancer for a long time. But we still don't want it, and we're still trying to get rid of it, aren't we? So natural does not mean good. Always.
What about the rather distressing report that suggests children raised on a vegan diet were on average 3 centimetres shorter than those who eat meat?
The study, I believe this study that they showed here, they showed that the kids, if I remember correctly, it was that they also checked the vitamin intakes, and the kids who were shorter, they had deficiencies. So it wasn't because of the plant-based diet or the animal-free diet. It was because the parents weren't giving them sufficient diets, which can happen whether you're a vegan, a vegetarian, a flexitarian, meat eater, pescatarian. It doesn't matter. Like you can feed a kid a bad diet on any one of those diet plans. And this is the thing, right? The title here, this vegan diets, there is no one vegan diet, guys. If you're a vegan, as I said earlier, it just simply means that you have made a decision to say, I oppose doing all of those things to animals that we mentioned earlier. I don't think we should use animals. I don't think we should kill animals. I don't think we should milk them. I don't think we should make them fight for our pleasure. I don't think we should force them into captivity. I don't think we should do all these things. I'm against that, right? That's a vegan. Now, when you eat as a vegan, you're looking for food that's animal-free. You're looking for food that didn't do anything bad to animals, that didn't use animals or hurt animals. Great. So you can eat vegetables, just vegetables, and make everything at home and make your own burgers and make your own stuff. Cool. Or you could eat junk food. You could go get vegan burgers, vegan pizzas. You could be super unhealthy and lazy. You just drink energy drinks and just eat potatoes every day. I wouldn't recommend it, but you'd still be a vegan. You could, God, what else? You could just not eat. You could just fast. You could fast every day, lose all of your muscle and lose all of your body fat and just become super, super skinny and have one apple a day. You would still be a vegan. In all of these cases, you could make yourself really unhealthy or you could make yourself really healthy. You'd still be a vegan. These are all vegan compatible diets, right? There is thousands of options you have when you are a vegan and what you're going to eat. So the idea that children on a vegan diet were 1.2 inches shorter, yeah, that's because the diets they were eating were not sufficient. They didn't have the proper nutrition. But if you're eating a vegan diet and you have planned it properly and you have the proper nutrition, you wouldn't end up being shorter. You wouldn't end up having any issues because you'd be getting all of your nutrition. As long as you tick the boxes, there's no problem. And that's why it's so important to tick those boxes. And like I've said earlier, sign up to challenge22.com to relearn how to eat. It's super important. Relearn how to eat if you're going to be eating animal free, because you've eaten one way your whole life. If you're going to change that, you've got to learn it and do it properly. Challenge22.com, you can do it for free. They'll help you out.
The bones of vegan children were also smaller and less strong, putting them at risk of fractures or osteoporosis in later life. All of this, according to University College London's Great Ormond Street Institute of Child Health.
Again, deficiencies will cause that. Eat a proper diet, you won't get deficiencies.
Yikes. We've been eating meat for millennia. And if we pursue this plant-based experiment, I predict that the next generation will be sicker, fatter, more tired, and frankly, malnourished.
I love how the photo he's using here of a guy with a massive beer belly, we all know for a fact that that guy is not a vegan. That's not an image of a vegan, is it? That's the image of probably a dude who's drinking a lot and eating a lot of animal products. Okay, so it's kind of ironic that they found a generic photo of a generic man that most likely isn't a vegan to try and make the point that vegans are going to be, everyone's going to be unhealthy and all messed up. It's like, bro, we all know that guy is not a vegan, don't we? And no offense to that guy. He's chosen to live that way. That's his choice to live. I mean, it's his choice to look like that. It's his choice to not train. It's his choice to eat too much and drink too much. That's his choice. I'm not having a go at him for that, but I'm just saying, he's probably not a vegan, let's be honest.
Most vegans don't get past 3 months before they give up.
That's not true.
There are multiple reports of irregular periods, loss of muscle mass, fatigue, and even depression.
Okay, so first of all, he's got nothing to show, evidence to show that most vegans quit after 3 months. What you will find is, though, that a lot of people who start eating plant-based, they stop eating plant-based. That's for the same reason that people start the gym and then they stop going to the gym. That doesn't mean that the gym is bad for you. The same way it doesn't mean that plant-based diet is bad for you. The world that we live in is built in a way that everything's convenient and easy. And so lots of people don't have the willpower to go to the gym anymore. Because at the end of the day, why would you? Get home, Netflix is on, you can order yourself some food, you have a nice, comfortable, cool house or whatever. You don't want to go to the gym. Oh, it's lazy, I can't be bothered. But if your entire life was based around you surviving, and you need to be strong, and you need to be fast, and you need to be athletic, you'd go to the gym every bloody day, wouldn't you? But you don't need all that. So you don't go to the gym, right? Simple as that. The world is built for you to be lazy. And the world is also built to convince you to not be a vegan. So a lot of people who go plant-based or maybe consider veganism and maybe they go vegan, a lot of them will go back to their old ways because the world can be a hostile and inconvenient place for vegans. And not everybody's got the willpower that a lot of vegans have. It doesn't mean that the plant-based diet is inherently bad. It doesn't mean the gym is inherently bad. It doesn't mean veganism is bad. It just means that as 1% of the population, 99% of people push back on us, and a lot of people go back to the 99%. It's statistically, if you were a statistician and you were looking at this and saying, hey, is it more likely that people stay vegan or don't stay vegan, you would have to admit that it's more likely that people are not going to stay vegan. Looking at the fact that 99% of people aren't vegan, right? It's likely that a lot of people are going to flip the other way because of the social pressure, because of life, because of the inconvenience, because of the hostility they face. you would predict that as somebody who looks at like statistics and makes predictions. So not a surprise, not great, and hopefully something that will change in the future. I hope we have a world that's more friendly to vegans, and I hope people become more accepting, and I hope that things become more convenient so more people make the decision and stay with it, to stay making good decisions for animals. But it's a reality of where we are right now.
From this highly restrictive diet. So in my view, those seeking to enforce a vegan diet are silly sausages. I've got beef with them, and frankly, they can burger off. Making everyone go plant-based is utter bollocks.
Do you want to hear something funny? For those of you who are wondering, we talked about earlier psyops and cultish stuff and things like that. Psyops meaning psychological operations, where people use like propaganda and things like that to try and convince you of stuff and, this kind of thing. This talk that this guy just gave, you heard what he said here. I'm sure you guys were paying attention. This is the third time he's done that talk. I mean, like almost word for word, the third time he's done the exact same thing, said the exact same words on this channel. If you want to get, you can go back and have a look if you want, but this is the third time he's done it. I've reacted to it once before, and I saw the second time, and then now's the third time. I think if I'm going to be conspiratorial, if I'm going to be like a conspiracy theorist, I think he's being paid to do it. I think that he has been funded by one of the industries, meat or dairy probably, to just say this over and over again. And obviously he wants to believe it because he doesn't like vegans for whatever reason. And I'm pretty sure he's been put up to it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, because everything he said wasn't true. We debunked it point by point. We literally went through all of his points and we proved him wrong. So I think, and I don't. So he's clearly not researching his points, and I think he's just a paid stooge. I think he's just being paid to do it, and he's just doing it, and he's making money from it. I think, are they going to talk about it now? I'm going to see what comes next, and we'll move on.
Okay, folks, your reaction, gbnews.com/your say. But first, tonight's top pundits, titan of entertainment journalism, Nina.
Let's see if it's anything
and
to do with the topic.
The fearless political journalist and broadcaster, Fleur Elizabeth. Great to see all three of you. Let me start with you, Neil. Your reaction to this suggestion from government boffins that we should cut our meat consumption by half to save the planet.
Well, you stolen my line, of course. They can burger off, because
that would have been a headline if you were still at the News of the World, wouldn't it?
Well, if News of the World still existed.
More pity. That was red meat, wasn't it? The News of the World.
It certainly was.
Red top, red meat.
But you know what? All of this is the classic example of virtue signalling. Because, in fact, the vegan debate has already been and gone. The vegan drive to increase their market share.
Hold fire, because all of this is gold, and we need to turn your microphone on because I think it's accidentally switched it off. No one is going to get censored on my watch, so let's reconnect Neil Wallace to his actual microphone. But Nina, let's get your views on this. There is a link, isn't there, between farming and emissions and therefore climate change?
Yes, I mean the problem with cattle is the fact that, they fart, basically, and the emissions cause...
As do journalists, by the way. Look
exactly.
at Neil.
It will exactly.
Why do you think his microphone went off?
Hot air abounds. Hot air abounds on this sofa 24 hours a day. So that is basically one of the problems with the whole thing. But they're not saying cut meat out altogether. They're saying cut it by 50%. And we know, if we think even of our dear departed Michael Mosley, that red meat, a constant diet of red meat, is not good for you. The number of people who die from heart attacks and strokes because of people contributing to their ill health by eating far too much meat, processed meat, which is filled with nitrates, things like bacon, are absolutely, if you eat them every day, they shorten your life. It's been proven. So nobody's saying go out and eat grass or, go out and just eat vegetables. But, the basic diet, and we have no idea of cuisine in this country and no idea of nutrition, because otherwise our hospitals wouldn't be full the way they are, and we wouldn't be, obesity wouldn't be costing us billions of pounds a year. We need to have a sensible balance.
I've
hardly touched red meat for decades. And, I don't feel I'm going to fall down in a dead heat because of it.
Okay, Neil.
I didn't expect that. I thought they were just going to have people just agreeing with him. She was pretty bold on that, to be fair to her. And clearly, like, she didn't, I don't think she's against veganism, but she wasn't obviously promoting it either. But she was saying that a massive reductions in meat is a good thing, and she has no problem with it, which is refreshing that she just, basically disagreed with everything he was saying, called him out on bacon and stuff. He was like, oh, vegan bacon. And then she's like, well, bacon's actually really bad for you. So, insinuating that the vegan bacon's probably a good shout. Water and vegetable oil. It's not the end of the world, mate. Whereas, there you go.
Neil, we've got you hooked up now. I mean, many people think, by the way, that the risk to health of red meat is a complete myth and that saturated fat has been wrongly demonized. And in fact, it's things like seed oils and processed food which is making us ill.
Processed food is dreadful.
Indeed, and perhaps sugar. But anyway, what was your original point?
My main point was this. This is a classic piece of virtue signalling. They've got a new government in. They're trying to stake their place on the land. The whole vegan debate went because people weren't interested. They did try it, and they realised there was no taste in it, and if it doesn't work, they're not going to eat it. But there is a much bigger, more important thing in this.
I've no idea what he's talking about the vegan debate with the new government, and there's never been a government, I don't believe ever in history, that has supported veganism. So the idea that the government of the UK, they came in, they tried to get us all vegan. No, they didn't. No one in the government has ever tried to get the UK people to be vegan, ever. So I don't know what he's talking about the virtue signaling. If you don't know what that is, guys, virtue signaling is when your only purpose is to show everybody that you're really good. Like, oh, I'm so good. Like, imagine some people might accuse me of virtue signaling. They would say, oh, David, you don't really care about animals. You just want to tell everybody how good you are. That's what virtue signaling is. If I was sat here just saying, oh, yeah, you should be good to animals like me, that's virtue signaling. I'm not virtue signaling because I'm trying to convince you to also come with me and be good for animals. If I was virtue signaling, I wouldn't want you to do what I do because I would want to be better than you. Do you understand? That's if I was virtuous and I was trying to tell you off, I wouldn't feel good if you changed, right? Because that wouldn't make me special anymore. The reality is, I don't think I'm special, but I don't want to be special. I don't want to be different. I want all of us to make this big change for animals. I want all of us to help animals. I want us all to be in the same boat. I don't want to be different to you or whatever. And whatever people say, vegans are so morally superior. No, I don't think so. I actually want everybody to be on the level playing field in all ways. When it comes to animals, I want us all to be together, working side by side to make a better world for them. So the guy, I don't agree with him on either of these points, but let's see where he's going from here.
The emissions that come out of the UK are minuscule in terms of the rest of the world. You touched on China there. Right, I went across on train China early this year. You go on a train across industrialized China, you see every half hour, you'll see another power plant belching fumes out, coal-fired,
yeah.
all cold.
And they're building new ones every week.
Hang on. Wind farms.
Well, yeah, they might be building wind farms, but they're not shutting down these coal-powered fire stations. And then you come to the... Hang on a sec.
Should they shut them down? Should they shut them down?
Well, they're not going to.
No,
Nina. No, but
they're not going to because they're not doing net zero.
It's just virtue signaling.
Do you think they should shut them down?
It's just virtue signaling.
No.
They're not going to do it.
You know what virtue signaling means. He keeps saying it over and over again. He has absolutely no idea what it means, I'm sure of it. But
No, never mind what they do to other. Do you think they should shut them down?
This is like Just Stop Oil, standing in the middle of the road, saying, no one can come, no one can move past.
I'm just asking.
Neil, are you evading the question? Should China shut down those coal-fired power stations?
I come from a world that is realistic. They're not going to do it. Now, in a perfect...
Why can't this guy answer the question? Should they do it or not?
World, of course, we would start from a different place.
Well, I think
we
Neil,
wouldn't
far be it from me
start
to ask
here.
Neil Scott. I think Neil would say, yes, they should, but they won't. Therefore, why should we?
But the point is,
it's the same thing as he said earlier. That's such a crazy way to see something. So there's another country that's doing something that is really, really bad for the planet or really, really bad for animals. China. We can use China as an example. They got this terrible coal plants, let's say, and we agree. They've got these in China right now. They got these multi-story factory pig farms. This is true, by the way. Just horrific. They've also got these dog killing festivals. They've got all these things that are horrific. And in the UK, people in the UK, for example, a lot of people in the West would say, no, don't do that to dogs. And they would say, don't do coal farms. Don't do these coal plants, right? Because coal is bad. And maybe they would also say, we don't agree with factory farms, actually. We don't like the Chinese factory farms for pigs either. He's saying, well, why shouldn't we? Why should we not have all those things? I mean, China has them. Why would you base your morals? Why would you base your view of the world on what another country does that you disagree with? I don't get it. Like, okay, so this country's doing bad things. We don't do those bad things. Why shouldn't we should do those bad things too? That's such a strange. I don't understand the logic.
For cows, for instance,
we want to be a world
the whole
leader.
issue about the number of cows in this country are minuscule. Go to India. Have you ever been to India?
Well,
if you go to India, there's more cows in India than there are people. So the truth of the matter is, we have a minuscule problem that purely political.
Wait a minute. So wait. So his logic is, listen, us in the UK, we don't need to improve. We don't need to improve when it comes to animals. We don't need to improve when it comes to our pollution, because India doesn't improve. China doesn't improve. So yeah, so we don't need to. I mean, look, they're not changing anything, so why should we? It's like, dude, are you like 5? I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to like wrap my head around it and be reasonable, but I just think that him and the other guy with the glasses, I don't think that I don't know. It doesn't feel to me like they're in this to have reasonable discussions. It feels like they're in this to, again, just get people upset and fired up and make money off of it. There are people out there who literally just their entire career is getting people upset so that they can profit from the outrage. And I feel like these two are doing that. It's what it feels like to me. I don't know. I can't read their minds. Maybe they're both really nice people and they're just misinformed, or I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think so. I'm leaning towards that they just want to get fired up. And they're shouting over the lady. This guy keeps shouting over the lady every time she tries to say anything reasonable. Do you know what I mean? It seems like they're just farming outrage for views and profit. And Marcus, welcome to the team, man. I see you just joined up as a member. Legend. It tells me that anyway, that you member for 8. Oh no, is it just 8 months today, Marcus? You're already, it's just telling me you're in the team for 8 months today. That's awesome. Guys, if you want to also join my memberships team, you're welcome to. The YouTube memberships team, you get the cool little green logo like that and you help me out. Also, you could join the Patreon team. That's a good place too, patreon.com/David Rams. And that's, if you join there, you can DM me as well, which is pretty cool. And or you could send a super chat like Charlie has. Thank you so much, Charlie. Other people being selfish is not a reason to be selfish yourself. It means we have to do the work of making things better ourselves. Thank you, Charlie. I agree. Other people's bad behavior doesn't mean that our bad behavior is okay. We can do better. And that's regardless of if the people around us will be doing bad things, doesn't mean we have to. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, let's get back into this video. Also, before I get back in, one more thing. You could also use the Streamlabs link that's in the pinned comment. If you send through comments with that, I will also guaranteed a response, and it'll pop up on the screen and everything. So just FYI, because I'm not really checking the chat too much, all right, guys? But I'm casually glancing. Let's get back into this.
Is being exploited by this government.
America had more livestock 200 years ago than it has now, and the settlers pretty much did a cull of 45 million bison, and so they actually have less livestock than they did 2 centuries ago. Fleur, are you happy to give up meat to save the planet?
No, I'm not. And this is just another ban from the government. It's smoking, it's drinking, it's sugar.
Gambling.
And not only I don't know how on earth they would enforce cutting it by 50%, because I did a few months work in a supermarket and the amount of meat left that was just getting chucked away was crazy. So clearly people aren't even buying the stock that's already there. So are they going to cut like how much is sold in supermarkets? I think people would still eat the same amount, but it's taking away people's enjoyment. Like, nothing beats a steak. I'm sorry, but also, yeah, health. Like,
Fleur, does this have echoes?
She doesn't care about health. You heard the order of the points. This is the honesty here. She was honest. You know, oh, steak tastes good. Also, the health. It's like, don't be silly. Your real point here is that you just want to be able to eat animals without feeling bad about it for various reasons. And I understand. I understand that. People don't want to feel bad about doing these things because they really, really like these things. It makes them feel good. They don't want to feel bad about it. But it doesn't change the reality of the situation. The reality is that the steak that you really, really love and enjoy, I don't want to be the spoil sport here. I don't want to ruin everyone's fun. Like, vegans, we're not here just to be annoying and ruin people's fun. We care about animals and we are against hurting animals. And so are you, actually. You're also against hurting animals. And we have to point this connection out, that the steak isn't just a steak. The steak was a cow. That steak was a cow that screamed and was terrified as someone killed them. This cow most likely had a family and friends, most likely had, they had likes, they had dislikes, they had personality. And I'm telling you now, they wanted to live and they fought for their lives before they were killed and put on the shelves of a supermarket. And we're taught to ignore that. We're taught, well, it's the way it is. We're told lies that we have to eat it for our health. It's not true. And we all just kind of pretend it's not happening. But it is happening, and it's the vegans that take all the crap because we make it obvious. We put it in front of people. We say, "Hey, this is happening," and people shoot the messenger because, like I said, we don't want to be annoying and naggy or whatever. But that's how people see us, right? As animal people, and vegans, and people who speak up about this. But all we're doing is showing you what everybody tries to make you ignore. We're showing you what the meat industry hides from you. We're showing you what all the people who make billions of dollars from this, they hide it from you because they know that if you know how they operate and you see it all the time, you probably won't buy it anymore. So they hide it all. And then but we get the crap because we show it to you. I just wouldn't recommend that even if you disagree with vegans, I mean, just try and understand that all we're doing is pointing out what they don't want you to see. If anything, we're doing you a favor. We're showing you what's happening when they don't want you to see what's happening. We're connecting you to something that they really don't want you to see. They really, really don't want you to see it because they'll keep making money. I'm talking about the meat industry, the dairy industry, the egg industry. They want your money. They don't want to show you the truth. We don't want your money. I don't want your money. But I do want to show you the truth. So, I mean, that's it. You got to at least respect that, even if you don't like me or don't like vegans. I'm sure that deserves a little respect, surely.
To the pandemic, because in many ways I was radicalized by the pandemic because so many of these measures were forced upon us. We stayed home to save the NHS. We borrowed £500 billion, paid people who are healthy, weren't going to die from COVID, to stay at home.
You didn't know that at the time.
Well, I think we did, because I think it was very, very clear early in the case here of COVID measures. And I think many people died from COVID, that lockdown, excess deaths in Europe.
Factors going for them. They are a far healthier
comparable country.
They are down.
Okay, well, listen, I take your point, but so Fleur, do you think, the sort of government authoritarianism, this overreach, my suggestion in the big opinion, we saw it during COVID, what begins as an idea or a recommendation becomes an instruction. And I think that's going to happen with net zero. What do you think?
Yeah, well, lockdown made me so strong, like so passionate about freedom, which I didn't care as much about before, because you don't want the government dictating how you live your life. The
thing is, the government already dictates how you live your life. So you're not allowed to steal or murder. You're not allowed to just, go into someone's house. You're not allowed to take someone's house. You can't take people's children away from them. You can't just go to your neighbor and go, your baby's my baby now. You can't, what else can you not do? I don't know, there's loads of things that the government dictates you can and can't do. You can't go to the shop and buy hard Class A drugs. If you're a child, you can't buy alcohol or get tattooed. There are also things you can't do, like we said earlier in the stream. There's things it's illegal to do certain things with people of certain ages, like romantic relationships are illegal. Government stops you from doing that. What else is there? The government already dictates how you live your life. And these are all things that we all agreed upon a long time ago. And a lot of them were based on morals, that it's wrong to steal, that it's wrong to kill each other, that it's wrong to do all those things, because we decided that. Now, I don't know exactly what the government here was planning to do, but if the government made a decision based on morals and said, hey, do you know what? Let's just use the example of factory farming. They said, hey, listen, factory farming is an abomination. It's disgusting. Have you seen the factory pig farms? Have you seen the factory chicken farms? They are horrific. Now, we're going to ban them. We don't want factory farms anymore. Morally, we should never have allowed this. We should never have accepted it. And as a community of people, as a society, we will never let this happen again. It will become a part of our legal system. It will become a part of how we see right and wrong. Factory farming will be something that is just wrong from now on. So would you argue against that? Would you say, oh, actually, do you know what? No, I don't want the government. Would you argue against the murder laws too and theft laws? Would you say, actually, no, this is all government overreach, okay? I want to be able to factory farm pigs and just put them through this just abject violence and suffering. I want to do that. I want to be able to kill whoever I want, pig or human. I want to be able to steal from whoever I want. The government should stay out of my business. Is that what you would say? Or would you say, no, actually, I like that the government puts in certain restrictions based on our moral understanding of the world, and I would be happy if our moral understanding of the world included that factory farming is wrong, and I'm happy if the government enforces that as well as they enforce stopping murder or stopping theft or stopping all those other things that I mentioned. I'm not a big fan of government. I'm not a big fan of government stepping in and telling people what to do. And there's a lot of cases where I don't agree with it. But in this case, I mean, it seems like something most people would agree with. It seems like most people would be happy if the government enforced a new rule that opposed factory farms. I think a lot of people would be happy to see the end of factory farming. And so what I'm saying is that I think, government intervention is not always wrong. If it is, then yeah, we're going to legalize murder, which I don't think we agree with.
The woke University of Bristol, and I lived in catered accommodation in the first year, and they would have meat-free days every week. And sure, sometimes I might choose not to have meat for whatever reason. Maybe if I was a climate activist, that could be the reason. But I don't want it enforced on me. We should have the choice. We should be able to choose how we live our lives.
She's annoyed because her university had one day a week where they didn't serve meat, and she's saying that she felt that took away her freedoms. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you sit on a TV show and you complain that the place where you were studying had one day a week without meat. One day. And guess what? You could leave the campus and go and eat wherever you want. You don't even need to eat there. I think it could be an example of just how people have become so entitled and so comfortable that these are the kinds of things they complain about. Like your life is so good and so nice, and you have everything you ever want, and it's so much like that you complain because your campus has one day where they don't serve meat. I'm trying to be more understanding. I've turned a page, guys. I'm far more understanding than I used to be, and I'm trying to be peaceful and calm and trying to understand where she's coming from. I'm trying my best here, but I just find it hilarious. Instead, it seems like a really funny thing to get upset about and just frankly ridiculous. Do you agree? Come on. I know the vegans agree. What about the people what about you guys out there who aren't vegan? You've got to admit that's a really silly thing to be upset about, is it not? To have 6 days a week a place that serves all animals, and then 1 day a week they're like, oh, we're not going to put animals on the menu for 1 day. Is that a silly thing to be upset about, do you think?
And what's best for our health and what we enjoy.
But nobody's
Nobody's banning it, but I think that will happen. I think, Nina, it's the direction of travel because we saw it during COVID. The authoritarian state will rear its ugly head.
That was a very extreme.
Because it was an emergency.
It was.
And there will be another emergency in 5 years' time.
Well, there's a climate emergency.
He's enjoying this. I've just realized he's just trolling. If you look, he's laughing. The guy with the glasses, Mark, his name is, he's laughing. She's laughing too, but these two in the middle are kind of serious. He's messing around.
There's an emergency in the NHS. There's an emergency in the NHS, and we need to be healthier as a nation, and we need to be healthier.
And on that we can agree. Very briefly, a couple of seconds, Neil.
The problem is that what you're seeing with the COVID inquiry is big figures.
All right, I'm sick of hearing about that topic, man. These guys are going on and on about the COVID stuff. Bloody hell. That took a lot longer than I expected. That was a slog to get through, wasn't it? It's like, just crazy. Hey, thank you so much, Hexproof Anarchist, for the donation. David's trying to be less rambunctious. Good one. Well done. I am indeed trying to be a little less rambunctious, just a little less. I've got to say, guys, I was no, actually, I don't know what I was going to say. But what I will say is thank you to everybody so far who sent through tips on a Super Chat and Streamlabs donations, you legends. Please do keep them coming. We've done about 2.5 hours, just closing in on 2.5 hours of stream today. And if you're having a good time and you appreciate the work, please do consider sending through a tip because it really helps. It really helps me to, keep going and keep this whole thing on the train on the tracks. And also, I think on top of that, it's a moral support thing too. Your financial support, I don't know if you guys know this, but your financial support comes with a dose of moral support. I feel very it feels very like, I think all activists get this feeling of like when someone says, oh hey, look, here's like $1 to say thank you for your work. I don't know, it feels like really like, oh, they really appreciate it. You know what I mean? It feels like you feel like really backed up. It's really cool. So that's just a little personal note for you there. I don't think I've really shared that so much, but it does mean a lot. And thank you to everybody who has. Dillian said it's not working for you. Yeah, I mean, if it's with Streamlabs, you can do PayPal or you can do card. Sometimes the card doesn't work, but PayPal does work. And if you don't have PayPal, then I guess you could just do the Super Chat. Super Chat should work. But either way, thank you, Dillian, for pointing that out. Let's do another. I've got something else to look at. We've got a couple more things to take a look at. Let's have a look at this video that someone made about, the link doesn't work. Let me just double check on this link that Dillian's saying doesn't work. I'm just double check it works for me. The link in the pinned comment. It works for me, Dillian. So I don't know, mate. It's just streamlabs.com/DavidRams/tip. I mean, this is the link that's right there in the pinned comment. Oh, it just comes up like, yeah, if you just click that link, it doesn't work. What the hell? Well, that doesn't make any sense. It works for me. I don't know. That's really strange. There's 3 of you saying it doesn't work. Then how have people used it before? We'll be right back, guys. We're just gonna find out what the hell's going on. All right. Let me see. It doesn't make sense because it works for my system. So I don't know if it's just like some kind of weird problem. I don't know. It works. It works. I've checked it even on an incognito thing. It works fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Working for some people it's working, some people it's not. So just if it's not working for you, I'll just leave it. I'll say this: if it's not working for you, if the Streamlabs link isn't working for you, then just here. Look, I'll post it again here. You could just type that streamlabs.com/David Rams /tip. Just put that into your browser window, and it will work. And you'll be able to do it. You're saying, oh, so there's no hyperlink, so it's just not coming up as a link for some people. Yeah, that could be something to do with some individual systems, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, if you just take the link itself and just type it into Google Chrome or whatever you're using, Firefox. If any of you are insane and using Internet Explorer, maybe you could put it in there as well. But it might take a week for you to load it up. Internet Explorer. The link and payment works. The messages don't show up. Oh, has there been... hold up. I mean... Oh, interesting. So they've not been popping up. Let me just double check if they have been if popped up and I've missed it maybe. No, they do pop up. I just didn't see them. That's my bad because I've been looking at the videos. Let's go back through and double check because I just saw one there. So it's just two from Charlie. Having this kind of reactionary anti-vegan sentiment on television is only a sign of the large boom of veganism in the UK. I agree. That's a good point. And also, the easiest way to dismiss virtuous people is to call their message virtue signaling. Yes, Charlie, you're 100% right. I appreciate both of your comments there. And they were working. They did pop up on the screen. Look, like that. Maybe just not on this screen. Oh, yeah, they will pop up there as well. Look, that's good. So it does work. We're all functional. It seems. Oh, wait, maybe not. Yep, there we go. All functional. Okay, it's just me not looking. My bad, guys. I'll keep a closer eye out for the tips. And I was just getting really into the video, which we're going to jump into a new video now. We're going to look at this video. Somebody asked me to look into this, so I'm going to try it out. Okay, it's called. It's about. It's about lactose intolerance. Now, it's not necessarily. Someone pointed it out as like oh, you should check this out. And so I'm going to check it out. I've never seen it. I don't know what she's going to talk about. I don't know what she says. The title is just, I fixed my lactose intolerance by chugging all the lactose. This video's got like 300,000 views. It's going viral. It seems wild. It seems crazy to me. So let's see what the hell it is.
So I completely fixed my lactose intolerance based on this cool paper from the 90s. But what I learned from this paper was a dark truth of absolutes. This isn't a method a real medical doctor would tell you. It basically involves cramming lactose for 2 weeks and suffering the protests of every part of your digestion. This is not a recommendation. This is a documentation.
So she had lactose intolerance. She was intolerant to lactose, the sugar in milk, which is very, very common, very, very normal. Really common that people are lactose intolerant. And it's probably because we are not supposed to drink the milk of another animal, especially not as adults. We're supposed to stop breastfeeding as babies. There aren't animals out there that breastfeed into adulthood, right? But we keep on breastfeeding. We just do it from cows. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, she had that intolerance, which is probably a good sign to not drink or eat dairy products for the reasons I've already been through as one, and obviously for the ethical reasons, which we've already been through. But she chose instead to just double, triple, quadruple down and drink as much of it as possible, apparently, to try and fix it.
Of the power of science, and the lengths I went to be able to eat mozzarella sticks again. All was well between me and my love of milk until COVID. At least that's what I told myself, though in retrospect, the signs of my decreasing lactase production were present. I was just ignoring them. Lockdown was what sent my lactose intolerance spiraling. My schedule was jumbled. I was too depressed to make myself nice morning drinks, so I stopped drinking milk tea for a few months. When I finally had milk again, it was bad. Like, really bad. Bad enough, I decided to try out lactose-free milk, and that's where this adventure begins. So I tried lactose-free milk, but it didn't really work for me. Like, it kind of did, but not super well. I would say my symptoms went down by maybe like a third. But
there's a crazy option she could have taken at this point. If drinking a cow's milk, like milk from a cow that's supposed to be for a baby cow, if that's not working for you as an adult human, you could try this. It's pretty wild, right? I don't want to tell you guys, you know, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist, okay? I'm not a specialist, but I just, look, if you're drinking a baby cow's milk supposed to be for a baby cow, came from an adult female cow that was breastfeeding for the baby, and it's causing problems, right? You could just stop drinking it. You could just stop. You could just drink something else. If you're really, really addicted to the idea of like milk on cereal, stuff like that, milk in tea, fair enough. You could just do something that's made for humans, like oat milk, almond milk, rice milk, hemp milk, something like that. Probably could be a good shout, you know, instead of pushing through and looking for ways to keep on drinking cow breast milk, which, you know, some people think that's a crazy vegan thing to say. Oh, cow breast milk. Well, what would you call it? It's cow. When it's humans' milk, we call it breast milk. When your sister or your mum or your aunt has a baby, you say, oh, are you feeding the baby with breast milk or cow's milk, they say, right? Well, why don't we call it cow breast milk when it's a cow, but we call it breast milk in a human? With a cow, we just avoid the fact that it's coming from a cow's nipple and we just pretend it isn't. It's kind of, you don't think it's kind of strange? Again, vegan or not, you've got to admit that's weird.
I really wanted no symptoms. So I looked into how lactose-free milk is made. So to zoom out, lactose is a complex sugar in milk that needs a special enzyme, lactase, to break it down during digestion. To make lactose-free milk, they extract lactase enzymes from fungi and then add them straight to the milk to break down the lactose before you even drink it. Actually, cheese and yogurt are generally not as bad for people with lactose intolerance because the microorganisms that ferment them also eat and break down the lactose.
Thank you to 69, thank you for the tip. Just because you're an awesome advocate, thank you for your service. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. And 40-year-old vegan, also, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Seems to work for me. Great work, David. Appreciate all you guys are doing. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. All right, let's watch the rest of this. This is going to be a drag, I think. No, it's not. It's a drag for me because I just can't get my head around the fact that she's just not just thought, well, maybe I should look into the reasons not to consume animal products like dairy.
I wasn't sure why lactose-free milk didn't work super well for me. I wondered whether maybe mixing lactase with milk didn't yield a complete reaction for whatever reason. I decided to read more about how exactly the process worked. I went on Google Scholar and searched lactose breakdown, or something like that, and found this great paper from the 90s. Colonic adaptation to daily lactose feeding in lactose maldigesters reduces lactose intolerance. Basically, if you're a lactose maldigester, meaning you're lactose intolerant, and you consume lactose daily, your colon will adapt. But what inspired this research? You see, the United States had an excess of powdered milk in the 80s and decided to donate it to countries experiencing famine. Countries where no one could digest lactose. The United States routinely has offered non-fat dry milk, of which this nation has millions of tons in surplus, as a food commodity to impoverished regions of the globe. In some cases, the donation has caused more problems than were solved. Powdered milk, frequently, is distributed to areas where milk is not part of the typical diet, which is particularly true in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Despite fairly severe reactions from the lactose maldigesters subsisting on a diet of straight powdered milk, after a few weeks their symptoms subsided and they were able to consume the milk. But why? Most people with lactose intolerance are actually the evolutionary default. For them, the mammalian lactase gene, the DNA instructions...
Okay, so we'll skip the science. Basically, if you consume a lot of lactose and you're lactose intolerant, she's making the claim that this paper that you'll get rid of the lactose intolerance. Fine. Alternatively, you could just not do it. You could just not. And obviously, as me as a vegan, as someone who I speak up for animals and my videos are about animals, and I'm trying to have a positive impact on the world and trying to convince people to help make the better world a better world for animals, right? Trust me when I tell you, you don't need to trust me. You can go look at the videos. You can go research the dairy industry. Go on the dairy industry's own websites and dairy farmers' own websites and just see what they do to cows and see how the systems operates. They shove their arms inside cows. They inject them with all sorts, hormones, antibiotics, inject them with semen. They take their babies from them. They kill their babies. All sorts. It's just the system is just horrible, and it just repeats over and over and over and over again to these poor cows, these poor animals, and then they kill them when they're no longer profitable. They just do it again and again and again and again. It's incredible. It's just horrific. So all of that, if you find out that you have lactose intolerance, take that as a sign to move away from everything that I've just said. Take that as a sign to stop eating it, to stop consuming those products. Brandon's saying here it's called a food chain. Brandon, bro, there's no... how is that a food chain? What, breeding cows, shoving your arms inside them to get them pregnant, and taking the babies away, killing their babies, and then killing them as soon as you're done with them. Like, it's a food chain. And even if, Brandon, even if I agree with you, let's say I agree with you, it's the food chain. Okay, fine. Let's just say it is. Okay, Brandon. So, that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean we should keep doing it. We can choose something else. We can choose the animal-free options, can't we? You don't need to keep... Like, you're not a slave to the food chain anymore. You're an advanced human being. You can use your brain to come up with different arguments, morals. You know right from wrong. You're not operating on instinct anymore. So you're not a slave to the food chain. And one more comment. I see Douglas here saying, I grew up on a cattle farm. This guy is being misleading at best. Douglas, tell me what I'm misleading people on, and then I will clarify or I will respond to you. But you grew up on one cattle farm. I have literally... you grew up on one cattle farm. I have been on many, many, many cow farms. Many, many farms. I have met with farmers. I've been to farming conventions. So I know what I'm talking about. But if there's something that I'm missing, let me know. Because... I can be wrong sometimes. Sometimes I might miss something or misspeak or whatever. So I'm waiting for you, Douglas, before I move on. Okay. So your only concern with what I've said is that you say the cattle are treated humanely. Douglas, humane means with compassion. Okay. Tell me, where is the compassion in a farmer shoving his arm elbow deep inside a cow's ass and injecting her with semen so you can get her pregnant, so that she has a baby and so that she produces milk, so that you can take the baby, sell the baby if they're a male to be killed, or if it's a female baby, wait till she's big enough and then do the same thing to her and keep doing this over and over again, and then eventually kill them when they don't make as much money anymore. There's no compassion here, mate. It's for profit. You can't humanely do these things because they're not humane. By definition, they're not humane. It's not compassionate to do this. It's for money. It's for money, and it's for people's pleasure. So I understand that, maybe on the farm you worked at or you grew up on, you were careful and you cared for the animals and you loved them. I'm not denying that you were against animal cruelty. I'm not denying that you probably did your best. What I'm saying is, even though you did your best, most likely, and even though you considered it to be humane, it still wasn't good for those animals, was it? They might have had somewhat of a good life at some times, maybe when they were out in a field or something, they were having a good time. But you know as well as I know that some of the things you did to them were horrible. And also, you know as well as I know that when you sold them to the slaughterhouse, that wasn't humane, was it? What you did to them, was that compassionate when you sold them because they got too old and they couldn't make as much milk anymore? Was that good for the animal? Look at it from their perspective. And what you say is humane, ask yourself, would the animal agree? If they could say to you, hey mate, well, you talk to them, Douglas, you could ask them, hey, am I doing things, am I humane? Is what I'm doing right or wrong? What do you think they would say? They would say wrong, wouldn't they? Okay, one more comment I'm going to respond to, and then I'm going to move on. Douglas, he says they don't develop emotional bonds with their offspring. This must be something you have to tell yourself, mate, to be able to sleep at night. What do you mean they don't develop emotional bonds with their offspring? Of course they do. Dairy farmers, there is literally interviews with dairy farmers crying because they admit that they feel terrible when they separate the babies from their mothers, because the mothers scream after the babies and they scream for days. There are dairy farmers admitting this on camera. So we have proof that this is, of course, they care about their babies. And the second thing, if you think about evolution, what benefit would there be to a cow not caring about their young? It's in the biology of all mammals to have strong maternal bonds with their babies. I've seen cows try and kill people to defend their babies. And they're not even aggressive animals. Female cows, these are herbivores. They fight to defend themselves, but they're not killers. I've seen cows who look like predators, carnivores, in the way they fight to protect their babies. What do you mean there's no maternal instinct? Okay, we're going to move past that now. But that was mind-blowing that somebody who grew up on a farm would say that. And the only reason I can think that somebody who grew up on a farm would say those things is to try and cope with what they did and the things they saw, to be honest with you, which I understand. I would probably, if I didn't want to admit that what I was doing was bad, I probably would come up with something like that too, to be honest. I would probably say, well, we were humane and they don't really feel anything. And also they don't even care about their babies. I'd say these things too. I would say those things to try and make myself feel better. But you've got to admit, it is just trying to make yourself feel better because it's not the truth. And even dairy farmers admit that. Anyway, let's get back to this. So she's going all in now. Apparently this is going to be her experience of what she did with the dairy.
So of course I read this paper and I had to try it myself. My instinct said, it's the lockdown, go for it. So I went to my local grocery store and bought several boxes of powdered milk so I could ensure maximum lactose concentration.
That's crazy.
I poured it into my glass jar. And then I added less water than it called for because I wanted sort of this like thick slurry.
Things people will do rather than just not drinking milk. Like, would you doing this, and then can you imagine the pain as she went through as someone who was lactose intolerant?
And then I chugged it nonstop for 2 weeks. Wow, the smell is really bringing me back. First came the pain, intense stomach cramps, and very loud stomach grumbles, or borborygmus, heralding the beginnings of the battle. Then came the smell. If you have roommates, they will despise you. Then came the extended bathroom time. Turns out, the excess lactose in your colon also messes with your osmotic pressure. There will be a lot of liquid. My entire digestive system was groaning in protestation.
This is a great advertisement for oat milk. My God, why would you do this to yourself? What is wrong with you, woman? Like, she must have been really bored during the pandemic to oh my God. Thank you, JP and Julia, for the tip. Thank you. Pay my dues to our vegan cult leader. Great work, David. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Anthony, what's up, man? Thank you so much, dude. Please never stop defending the voiceless. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Anthony. Hopefully we can, we'll keep talking, dude, about potential hangout soon. Charlie, thank you so much, mate, for another tip. For anyone who is Christian, Brandon, they might want to know that Jesus' crucifixion was caused by his attempted overthrow of the animal sacrifice system. Yes, Charlie, you are right. It does appear to be the case. For those who want to learn more about this, you can watch the film Cowspiracy for free at Cowspiracy.com. That's Cowspiracy.com. Go and check that out. It's not going to be free forever, and you definitely want to watch it. It is crazy. Lots of really crazy stuff about Jesus, about Christianity. Stuff that's going to blow your mind. And it's, like I say, it's free for probably a limited time. So I'll put it in the chat, Cowspiracy.com. Oh my God, I have to try and type. This is really small. I got it set up really small. Did it come up with a link? No. I'll put it with a link. www.Cowspiracy.com. There we go. We got a link this time. Yeah, definitely, guys. You gotta go watch that. Anyway, let's get back to this smelly milk girl.
But this was only day 1. I believe in science. I couldn't give up yet. The second day was a bit better, only in that our sense of smell relies somewhat on novelty. So if you smell the same farts for long enough, you basically stop smelling them. Or at least that's what I told my roommates. Day 3. At this point, I was starting to get dehydrated, despite all the liquid I was drinking. I was losing too many electrolytes. My solution, of course, was to add some salt to my milk slurry. This was fine. I mean, I wasn't doing this for the taste of powdered milk. I was doing it for the ice cream sundaes of my future. Day 4 was bad. Day 5 was bad. Even I was starting to question whether a diet of pure powdered milk was really the best interpretation of this study.
She lives in America, a place where there is vegan ice cream, vegan cheese, vegan mozzarella, vegan pizzas, just everything you would want, dairy-free, animal-free. And instead, she chose to chug down on milk powder every day, go through excruciating pain, bowel movements that were horrific, just all because she just wants to keep on eating cow-based ice cream. Like, come on now. I wish I could have met her, just before all this to say, hey, just switch to just go dairy free. And here's all the moral reasons to become dairy free. Look at this with the cows. Look at this with the dairy industry. Look how horrible it is. Just give it a rest. This is a sign. It's a sign from God. This severe lactose intolerance is a sign from God. Jesus is speaking from the heavens and telling you, hey, this stuff is probably not right. Like, don't do that anymore. Look, you can't even eat it anymore. So just don't even bother. And she's like, no, I'm gonna keep pushing.
And perhaps in my overeagerness, I was putting myself through more than was reasonably necessary. Day 7 was an improvement, mostly because I let myself eat other food, as well as the powdered milk. After that,
Holy shit. So up until now, she was only doing the powdered milk, not eating anything else. So she was doing like a powdered milk fast. Wow.
I started to experience a logarithmic decay of symptoms. By the end of the 2 weeks, I was nearly asymptomatic. And by that, I mean back to my regular old irritable bowel syndrome symptoms. So now I had to test my newfound lactose superpowers. I got all of my favorite foods that caused me problems. Ice cream, soft cheese, milk tea, and nothing. No problems at all. I was cured. Would I recommend this method? No.
That's it. Anyway, I can't believe that someone would do that. That blows my mind. Does it blow your mind? Again, I don't think this is just me being a vegan that I find this mental. I'm sure you do as well. I'm sure all of you do. Vegan or not, I'm sure we're all agreeing this is a bit nuts, right? It's a bit wild. I just noticed my background light is running out, so I'm going to get another one. Hold up. I'll be 1 second. You stay right there. It was fully charged when we started. Weird. And we're going to go for a different color. We'll try the orange this time. With a big orangey background. No, I don't like that. Maybe we'll change the color. Hold up. Let's get a blue. Orange does not look good. It's very slowly changing. There we go. We got like this weird yellow now. And we're getting towards blue. We found blue. Let's pump it up a bit. There we go. Background color is back. That's better. It's a bit too bright though. I'll turn it down a bit. These things are important to me, guys. Also, I think I'm possibly a little bit ADD because it's not that important, but like I'm kind of obsessive over these things. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, okay. all of this so she could so she could keep on eating, cow dairy products rather than just doing just some vegan alternative stuff like oat-based ice cream or almond-based ice cream or vegan mozzarella, stuff like that, vegan cheese. There's so much awesome vegan cheese products out there now, and vegan milk products and all these kinds of things. Why you would put yourself through this? Why would you put yourself through this? Just the pain is bad enough. But even without all the pain and stuff, I mean, like I said, if you consider what happens to the cows and you look into the dairy industry, it gives us so much more motivation to not do that, what she did. Wild to me. Wild. Crazy. All right, next up, we're going to take a look at a video where two people who aren't vegan, they tried to convince a vegan that what he's doing is pointless, that his activism is pointless. I think that's what they were trying to say, or that his being a vegan is also pointless, they were trying to say. It's a video by Earthling Ed. I haven't seen it yet. Let's take a look and see if they're right. Are these guys right? Is it pointless? Are they going to win the debate?
There is a demand for it. It's going to exist regardless.
I think the only thing is that moral just because there's a demand for it? Is something moral if there's a demand?
If I eat a chicken, I'm not going to think about my moral standpoint while eating a chicken.
But should you?
No, not really.
Why not?
Because my priorities are more towards my academics and wondering about whether my chicken died a good death or not.
Hey everyone, it's that time again where I get to tell you all about where you play problems. So I guess we'll do it one at a time maybe, but I'm interested to know why you guys aren't vegan yet.
Well, I think I speak for both of us. Well, I don't really have a standpoint on it. I don't have a standpoint, and I hope you, pitch me an idea and just, I'm open to change and just give me your best idea. It doesn't hurt to see a different perspective.
Well, so when you buy animal products, why do you buy them?
They taste good. They taste good for maybe sometimes nutrition.
Protein. Can you get protein from plants?
You could, yeah. Yes, but I tried looking into becoming a vegetarian once, but I found that a lot of some specific vitamins or nutrition you can get off plants. I think I'm not too. That's what I heard at least. I don't know. When I was looking.
So it's interesting. They start off by saying taste and they say nutrition. Then he says, I looked into it. But then he quickly says, but I actually don't really know. I heard that. So he didn't look into it then, right? Because when you research something, guys, you actually research it. So when he's saying, okay, the nutrition, I don't think it's there, he's not researched it. He actually didn't, because if he did research it, he would see that what he's just said isn't true. It looks like when he says research, it means that he saw a video from somebody without their shirt in a supermarket, like these guys do, talking crap about veganism and a plant-based diet. And he believed it, and that's it. But when you actually research these things, you'll see, no, you absolutely can get all your nutrition without animal products. You can get all your nutrition on an animal-free diet. And that's well established by loads of health organizations and experts, and there's just tons and tons of people, even people who aren't vegan, people who don't eat an animal-free diet. Many of them also agree that yes, but you can if you want to. They say it's healthy, you can do it, but they choose not to. So it's not even that it's just a vegan bias thing, because there are loads of people who aren't vegan who. It's just a factual truth of the matter, so you can't really argue with it, You can try, but generally you wouldn't succeed.
It was B12. So everyone says to get supplements or something like that to compensate for it, and I don't think that's best fit for me personally. And also,
why not?
What supplements?
Yeah,
I don't know. You never know medicine's side effects and I don't know.
It's just B12.
Side effects of
Would you be more?
Yeah,
I can tell you there are none. To be honest, with things like B12 and such, the supplements that you can get are perfectly healthy and they're actually good for you.
I'll take your word for that.
Take my word for it. And this is another thing, right? The important thing is just go home and have a look at yourself. Just go and do some research, see if you can get B12 in a plant-based diet. So we can get protein that we need on a plant-based diet. Let's say we can get B12 as well. When it comes to enjoyment, does that justify the harm that we cause to animals?
Enjoyment. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do out of joy that harms the environment.
Yeah.
Like even just like, I don't know, constructing a building so I have a roof on top of my head. Yeah. That destroys the environment, obviously.
You're charging your cameras, you use electricity for that.
And that electricity comes from, I don't know, maybe coal mines and for now, obviously. But I mean, it's still the main source. We don't have a strong renewable energy source that can, we can't rely on that. So
that kind of, in effect, answers the question. We don't have a strong renewable energy source. If we did, and let's say we had two sockets and one was a strong renewable energy source and one wasn't, and we were choosing to plug into the one that wasn't.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. But the thing with a plant-based diet is we have an option, right? So we can choose to eat meat, dairy and eggs, or we can choose not to. And so why wouldn't we choose not to then as well?
Give somebody a good reason to switch from consuming meat to a plant-based diet.
Because it reduces animal suffering and animal death.
But if that person switches, that doesn't, the impact it has is not enough to actually make companies to think about stopping.
And what if everyone saes that?
What if everyone? I think some people are not in the.
It's a really interesting. I hear this a lot, and it's kind of similar to what the Mark said in. You probably don't remember his name. The guy with the glasses, the news reporter. It's kind of that idea of why should we change if China doesn't change? Why should we change if India doesn't change? And it's here again. Why should I change if no one else changes? Me changing doesn't mean anything. If everyone thinks like that, then nothing would ever have changed in the past, and nothing will ever change in the future. But even if he's right, even if it is that, oh, I'm the only one, well, that doesn't mean that the change is bad or wrong. You can have the position, you can sit there and say, do you know what? Let's imagine we live in a world where everybody treats dogs terribly. They kick them, they hurt them, there are no laws protecting them. It's horrible. And imagine that you are sat there and you say, do you know what? I actually built a relationship with my dog, and I know now that these dogs they're sensitive, emotional animals. And people don't know this, and they're treating them badly, but I know this. And imagine that you can't convince anybody to change and stop doing it. So are you just going to start being horrible to them then because no one else is going to change? And so what's the point? No, of course not. You're going to say, well, even though nobody else is changing, I'm not going to start hurting dogs because I know that dogs are emotional and that they feel pain. I know this. So I'm going to keep on doing things the way I do it. I'm going to keep on going and being kind to dogs, even though nobody else is. This guy's logic is, well, if I don't stop kicking dogs, well, it doesn't matter. No one's going to stop kicking them, so I'm just going to kick them too. I'm going to treat them bad too. You know what I mean? It's not a good way of seeing the world. If you find out something is wrong and you believe in it strongly being wrong, and you believe in protecting and defending animals, and if no one else is listening to you, please still continue not doing those horrible things to animals. Please continue defending them. Please continue standing up and speaking for them, even if no one else is doing it. Even when you feel like you're making no difference. Even when you feel like actually everyone's against you. Never stop. Never stop. Because you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing for animals, and history tells you that you're doing the right thing there as well, because trust me, there are countless times throughout history where people have felt like it was never going to change, but they carried on trying, and guess what? It did change. There are so many examples of that. Hey, Charlie, thank you so much for the tip, mate. This one was interesting. Sometimes people are so apathetic that they want everyone else to care less. Other people caring makes them feel like they should be doing more, which they should. Sometimes people are so apathetic that they want everyone else to care less. Yes, that's true. That's true. Some people want you to, they want to undermine you and your empathy. They want to undermine you and the work you're doing so they feel better about what they're doing. Yes, I agree with you. That's something that does happen.
That's why there is no change. There's no actual massive relative change.
Not yet.
I think.
What do you think that would be in our lifetime?
Hopefully. That's why I'm here.
No, but come on, that's hope. I'm talking logic.
Okay.
Just going to pause for a second because there's a funny comment from someone called Shiloh who says, I'm enjoying a nice juicy steak with some chicken wings while watching this. The reason I find that funny, and obviously a lie, is because I've never met anyone in my entire life who eats steak and chicken wings together. Just saying. So if you're going to troll, Shiloh, You're going to have to troll with something a little bit more realistic than that. And even if you do, you've got to realize that as vegans, yeah, we are living in a world where most people eat steak and chicken wings. It doesn't surprise us that somebody eats steak or chicken wings. And when somebody comes in my chat and says it, I'm like, yeah, that's people eat those things. I know people eat those things. What, you're trying to remind me of something that we all know. Like, it's very weird. So you're going to have to do a little better than that to get some kind of, successful troll situation going here. But good attempt. It's not a good attempt. I'm being sarcastic. But you're welcome to stick around, Shiloh. And maybe instead of trolling, you could ask something and you could, engage and have a nice time in the community and ask some questions and hang about and whatnot.
I want to build on something you said.
Welcome to stay.
It's this idea of like, oh yeah, I'm just one person. How's that going to affect the global thing? I think we're able to make that decision because we speak from like a privileged standpoint. There's a lot of people, especially like in the eastern side of the world, that rely on substantial farming and I don't know. They can't. They're not in a position because mainly due to poverty. Yeah.
So this guy's gone from. I like how it tastes. Okay, well, then they agreed. Okay, well, that's not a good enough reason. They agreed. Okay, next. They said that it's some kind of nutrition thing. Okay, that's done. Okay, they agreed on that. Okay, it's all done. Then they switched it to what was the last thing? Sorry. Oh, we'll make a difference anyway. Then, okay, that didn't work. And then now, and this is probably my least favorite thing that people do. I got to be honest with you. And again, like, this is me speaking as a vegan. And I know I'm talking about a lot of you who aren't vegan. I'm not trying to be mean, but this is one of my least favorite things that you do, like people who aren't vegan do to vegans. They try to use an example of poor people as a reason for them not going vegan. And the reason I don't like this, and I really, really don't like this, is because look at these two guys. They're not poor, right? They're very wealthy. They're in America. They're at university, college, whatever. Why would they use poor people as an excuse for them and their habits? It's just a really weak. I find it to be very weak, and I find it to be, it kind of offensive to poor people that they're using poor people to justify their own rich habits, because they're eating lots of meat and dairy and eggs, and it's something that rich people do. Poor people don't eat many animals or animal products. They mostly eat plant-based products because it's cheaper. Okay, people, like the poorest people in the world, are mostly eating plants because of plants being cheaper. But these two guys here are trying to say, well, we eat animals and we eat animal products because if we didn't, then I don't know, poor people would somehow be affected or die or starve if we go vegan. Wait, what? I don't know. Something just bugs me about people using poor people as a way to kind of defend themselves, when in reality it has nothing to do. Poor people have nothing to do with these two guys at all.
To have this debate, right?
Absolutely. I mean, interestingly, a lot of countries where there is more poverty eat more, less reliant on meat, dairy, and eggs, and eat more plants because they're cheaper often. But that point aside, I can't argue against the fact that some people can't do it. But the point is, what about those of us who can do it? We recognize there are some people that it may be challenging, it may not be financially viable. But for those of us who can do it, that's when it becomes that more important question for us to consider. And look, one person isn't going to change the world, but if everyone says that, nothing changes. So how do we bring about change if it's not through individuals as well as systems?
Other than arguing the fact that animals would obviously feel pain when they die and they come into our food, what's another reason for us to change to a plant-based diet?
Why do you need another reason?
Because, well, technically, like, these companies that breed these animals, they're bred for consumption.
But someone could breed dogs for dog fighting. Does that make dog fighting moral?
That does happen.
Yeah. Is that moral then?
No, it's unethical.
So is it?
So you see that he said, okay, if animals are bred to be put in a farm and killed, then it makes it okay. But if they're bred to be put in a fighting ring and fight, that's not okay. Well, either it's okay if they're bred for the purpose, or it's not okay if they're bred for the purpose. You can't have your cake and eat it. So if you're not okay with dogs being bred to fight, I'm happy with that's amazing. That's amazing if you agree that we shouldn't breed dogs to fight each other. I would hope you also agree that we shouldn't breed cows to kill and turn into burgers for the same reason that you don't think it's okay to breed dogs to fight. It's because you care about the animal and you don't want, you're against animal cruelty, you're against animal abuse. And that's amazing. Thank you if that's you. Please apply it in both cases and make some different choices in your life. That's all I'm here to talk about and ask. I just want to encourage people to make better choices, to make a better world for animals. I'm not here to fight you. I see some people in the comments getting angry and fighty and stuff. It's not, we're not here to fight. I'm not here to fight. Maybe some other people in the comments are here to fight. Some of the vegans maybe are getting fiery, but I've not been fiery in this stream. This is my stream, guys. So, you know, talk to me if you're feeling the chat is fiery. Listen to me, okay? At the end of the day, you can make these choices. These two can make these choices too. You've got the privilege to make these choices like these two guys have. These two guys are going to make up all sorts of reasons that they can't or won't do it. But the reality of it is that just because they don't want to. That's pretty much what's going on here. And I understand that. I didn't necessarily want to change my life either. I didn't necessarily want to stop eating eggs and cheese. I loved eggs and cheese. I still would I would eat eggs and cheese right now. For the taste, I mean, right? But the reason I don't is because I'm against animal abuse, because I'm against animal cruelty, and I don't think animals should be used, abused, or killed in any way just so I can have something that tastes nice. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's right. I don't stand for that. And I don't think a lot of people do either, deep down. And I'm trying to convince people to make changes that reflect that. I'm trying to convince people to make changes, just pick the animal-free options, make the decisions that help animals. Check out challenge22.com. I'm going to put a link there. It's a really, really good way to get started with animal-free eating, and it's 100% free. So 100% free. I like how all live streamers say this is my social media platform, so that means I'm right and you're wrong, and it's my platform, so if you don't agree with me, then I'll leave or I'll block you. Brandon, what are you talking about, bro? I've never said leave or I'll block you. I told you, actually, I'm pretty sure I told you you're welcome to stick around. I'm literally here to talk to people who aren't vegan. Why would I tell you to leave or block you? The only time I would tell you to leave or block you is if you were being like aggressive or abusive or trolling or spamming. And if I'm totally honest, I would also only block or tell people to leave if vegans came here and they were doing the same thing. Actually, it's vegan or non-vegan. If there are vegans or people who aren't vegan in the chat causing crap, making everyone have a horrible time, and just being rude or whatever. Not rude is fine, but being like abusive and spamming and stuff, I kick them out. Otherwise, you stay. Like there was one guy earlier who came in and just started saying, oh, I killed deer today. I've killed so many deer. I'm going to kill more deer. I banned that guy. Well, of course I banned that guy. He's not here for a conversation. You know what I mean? The guy's here to be an idiot. Okay, Brandon's saying you didn't say that, but people in the comments. Well, okay then, people in the comments, I would say please don't do that. Don't tell people to leave if they disagree with you, and don't tell people that you're going to block them if they disagree with you. I would say, okay, can we all agree that's not a good idea to do that? If someone's like full-on trolling and they're just winding people up and spamming and stuff like that, then just at me in the chat and I will take a look and I'll make a decision, all right? But otherwise, I want them here. I want people here who disagree, because otherwise, what? We just all talking to each other, patting each other on the back? No, I want people who disagree to stay. They're the people we need to stay here. we want to talk to these people, we want to become part of this community we've got here, because that's the only way that any of us are ever going to have a positive impact, is if we are able to have people who disagree with us within our areas where we can actually talk to each other, right? Andrew's asking, do I have a dog or cat? No, I don't, Andrew. I don't have a dog or cat. I would like to rescue a dog or cat at some point, but we move around too much at the moment. We do too much traveling. We're out of the house too much, so I don't think it's okay.
Moral,
but dogs aren't considered staple diets. Cows are.
No, but if the argument is that these animals are bred for that reason, and that's why we should maybe allow it to continue.
Dogs are bred to be domesticated, like
or crossbred, like between breeds, to make them look cute, or like.
And I don't think that's good either.
But like, it does happen.
Yeah,
and there is a demand for it, so it will continue to happen.
But there's a difference between that and it then being morally justified. It's not moral just because there's a demand and just because it does happen, right?
Yeah.
So how do we morally justify doing what we do to animals then? For food, let's say.
Well, we don't.
No one really questions it, so it's fine.
Exactly, that's true. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it's fine, though, right? Just because we don't question it.
I mean, a lot of developing countries rely on agriculture as
again. You see what happened again, guys? Let me break this down for you. The vegan here, the guy with the long hair, his name's Ed. He pointed out here that just because people don't question something and just because people are okay with something, it doesn't mean it's okay, which I think we all agree on that. Looking at history, there's lots of horrible things that people were fine with. They weren't okay, right? They were bad. And this guy, instead of agreeing with Ed and saying, do you know what, you've got me there, I think I need to change my mind here, he just again jumps to poor people. You hear he's about to talk about poor communities and poor people, and it's like, listen, guys, the whole conversation about poor people and poor communities it's a whole separate conversation that we could have. And actually I have had, because I've done a lot of work in India and I've worked with vegans in India and animal rights people in India, and I know the struggles and I know the challenges, and they're not challenges or struggles that I personally can really help with. I mean, I can go and give some talks maybe, because in India, a lot of people speak English, so that you could take me. I've given talks in India and in English-speaking schools and stuff like that, and that's fine, The activists in India told me, hey, we could use your help with talks, and so I said, okay, I'll come give some talks, cool. But ultimately, the big change makers in India are going to be Indians who are on the ground in India working with the public, the same as people in China, the same as people in wherever you want to pick, right? In these, if the poorer rural area of China, for example, or in countries in Africa, me going over to countries in Africa, and it's probably not going to work out, So, but anyway, the point being, the people of those respective countries, they doing their own thing and dealing with their challenges. These two guys, these Americans sat in America talking to a British guy at a table with a microphone, podcast scenario, in a they're both clearly well off, very comfortable. Why are you bringing up rural communities in other countries? You know what I mean? It's a distraction is the reason. Okay, it's because it's a distraction. It's because it gets them off the hook. Look out for this, guys. Look out for this, not just in vegan perspective or when arguing with a vegan. If you're arguing with anybody at any point and you find yourself tempted to bring up something completely unrelated to cover up the fact that you're losing the argument, try and think about it. Be conscious of it, because it's not good. It's not a good way to argue with people. It's not a good way to discuss things. It's dishonest. I don't think they're being dishonest on purpose. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm saying it's an accident. It's something that people do as a defense mechanism. It's natural, but try and stop it. Don't let it happen, guys, if you can help it.
The primary sector. So it would be quite hard to, I'm talking about an economic perspective. It would be quite hard to convince all those countries to be like, you know what, stop producing animals and go.
That's obviously the majority of a world. Like there's nearly 4 billion people living in Asia and 1 billion in Africa. I'm generalizing here, obviously.
Wild.
Yeah, but people who have this option mainly live in North America, Europe, and we're proportionally a smaller part of the world.
Well, that's true, but also we are disproportionately the biggest contributors to most of the problems, whether they be environmental or whether they be the animal suffering.
We are the problem.
Yeah. So if we change, then the problem would also subside dramatically.
Okay, so let's say you convince me, right? Yeah. I become vegan.
Yeah.
Would I really take the time to convince Carlo to be vegan? Like, I probably
I
would.
can convince both of you at the same time.
We're such a case because we're sitting
But that's
down.
2 people out of 8 billion people on this planet.
Yeah, that's right.
So now they're going back to the same thing they said earlier, like, oh, I don't think we're making a difference. And we went through all of that as well. That, okay, even if that's right, even if you two don't feel like you're making a difference, that doesn't make it okay to do the wrong thing. They've already established that it's a good thing, and it's a good thing to do to eat animal free, to switch to an animal free diet, to switch to animal free lifestyle. They know it's a good thing. I think they establish it's a good thing to do for animals. So, okay, that's all you need, isn't it? Why do you need it? Why do you need everybody else to listen to you for you to be doing a good thing? It's like saying, I'm not gonna. I am the only thing that would stop me from throwing my trash in the street, just in the middle of the road, is if everybody else stops doing it. Otherwise, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to trash everything. The only thing that would stop me from going around punching people in the face is if no one else ever punched anyone else in the face ever again. It's like, wait, what? I mean, I know I'm not going to punch people in the face because I don't think that's a nice thing to do to people. There are plenty of people that go out at the weekend and punch people in the face. I don't agree with those guys. I'm not going to do that. I don't care if everybody else does it. I'm not going to do it. Right? I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me. It seems like common sense. Do you think it's common sense? Is what I just said common sense?
That's almost like an appeal to futility. Look, change is slow, and obviously us 3 making the changes ourselves isn't going to affect everything in the world. But the problem is if we have that defeatist mindset, then why try to do anything? Right? Exactly. Why try to do anything positive? Because we're just one person. And if we don't do it, those of us who can don't do it, then nothing will ever change. And if nothing changes, well, we know that that's not good. That's more animal suffering. That's more environmental damage. So those of us who can should.
Have you noticed their faces? Okay, so the guy on the edge is getting frustrated, actually, if you look at him. The guy in the middle seems to be relatively interested. The guy on the edge seems to be getting annoyed.
Because by us doing it, we can make it more accessible and available for more people, and because we disproportionately contribute more to the problem than those people in other parts of the world.
That's a pretty good point, but that's only if it's what we want to do, if it's our priority. Like, I highly doubt that if you ask like all these people here, then they're going to be like, yeah, it's my priority to convert to a plant-based diet.
It doesn't have to be a priority. It just has to be enough of a consideration for you to do it.
Again, throwing it out to the people again. I'll repeat what I said. Why does it matter what everyone else is doing? If you agree that this is a good thing to do, if you agree that we should do good things for animals, why do you need other people to validate that? Just do the good thing. Just do it. You know, you can be a trailblazer. Just start the journey. You don't need everyone else to join the journey with you. What is this? You're not going to climb Everest because no one else is climbing Everest with you. No, you're going to still go and climb that mountain. You're going to go and try and do Everest because it's something you like, a challenge, and I want to do it and I feel for it. I'm going to go motivated because it's I don't know, maybe it's a lifetime dream to you. It's the right thing for you or whatever reason. Okay, well, this is also one of those things, and it's definitely significantly easier than climbing Everest. All you've got to do is change, just you go from picking this one item at the shop, you pick the other item at the shop, change the way you're eating, sign up to challenge22.com for free advice and free support. By the way, it's completely free. I'm not selling anything. And that's it. You just switch things around, and then you're living a better life for animals. You're making a better world for animals. And all it took was just a couple changes in your life. It wasn't like you didn't need to climb Everest for that. Right? You know, I don't know why so defensive here with these guys.
I'd say it's also like quite time consuming. That's when I was I told you earlier I was trying to become vegetarian. I would have to, like, if I were to go down that route, I would have to plan my meals, cook my own meals, because I can't just go. Well, there are vegan options here and vegetarian options, but in terms of variety, not really. It's
vegan options, right? You guys have like vegan burgers that taste exactly like meat.
I'd have to, I don't know, put in extra effort every day from already like my busy schedule. I think that's why the majority of people don't switch to veganism. It's because it's an extra step.
I think that's true. I think you're right. People want to be people want things that are convenient and easy. Yeah. And I don't disagree that maybe at the beginning it requires a bit of extra effort, but then it becomes a new normal. And once you know where you can get food from, once you know how to cook delicious plant-based meals, once you've done that, it's the same as you are now. You just have to get to that point. And that takes a little bit of extra effort, but once you've done it in that sense.
Do you consider like the disadvantages of being vegan?
Many disadvantages.
Yeah.
The fact that other people aren't, and it's hard.
Okay, let's say like you get 1 billion people to be vegan, right? That means you need more farmland. That means more forest land has to be converted into farmland.
What?
So you take habitats from animals. So it's still like it's ruining.
That's not the case.
No, that's absolutely not true.
The biggest user of land globally is animal farming.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But if we have to feed those animals food. The majority of animals are factory farmed, which means they're fed crops. So that's food that's grown. So if we swap to a plant-based diet, we can actually reduce the amount of farmland, even farmland that's used to grow plants, because we're no longer growing all these plants to feed to animals. And we kill 85 billion land animals every single year. So actually we can reduce the amount of land that we need by swapping to a plant-based food system.
So what I think has happened here with these two, with the things that they're saying obviously aren't true, right? He said there that, if we all eat plant-based, if we all become vegan, we're going to need to use more land. It's not true. Obviously it's not true. Like, because of the reasons Ed just explained. But he thought it was true. And that tells me that neither of them has looked into this. They've not looked into any of this stuff. They are coming up with things on the fly. They're making stuff up on the spot because they're on camera and they want to seem like they know what they're doing, I guess. And I think this happens to a lot of us. Everyone, I think, does this, or at least everyone who's not new to being on camera and new to being asked questions on camera, I think is a really specific thing. Or when they meet someone who's really well informed on something and then they don't feel good and they make things up. It's something to look out for. It's something to look out. We should all look out for this. We should all be conscious and aware of this, that when we're talking to someone who knows more than us about something, we might make things up and try to kind of say things that we maybe heard and get it wrong and just repeat stuff that we don't really know very well. And we should probably not do that. It's not a good thing to do. But we all, I guess, I don't blame these guys. We all fall into the trap of trying to defend ourselves and coming up with silly things to defend ourselves with. Because I do think they're saying silly things. They clearly don't know what they're talking about. They're clearly making things up to try and win the argument here. And it's a shame because there's no need to. The vegan here, Ed, he's not out there just to fight with people, argue with people. He's not a professional debater. He's trying to make the world a better place for animals. He's trying to convince people to do better for animals. There's no need to argue with him like this and make stuff up and just keep on going round and round the same points. Just listen to what he has to say and ask interesting questions about being animal free and what is veganism. And I mean, I don't know. It's a little baffling to me as to why you would go so far as to make things up and avoid questions and try and use poor people as kind of a defense for you, like a shield. And it's like, come on, guys, there's no need for it. Just have a conversation and be honest.
Yeah,
but don't you need more, like, I don't know, calorie-wise or something? I don't know the numbers here, but I would assume that we need more amount of greens and stuff like that to compensate for the caloric nutritious values of meat products.
We wouldn't necessarily consider greens to be good calorically dense food sources. They're more of like micronutrients and such. But when we talk about calorie dense foods, we're talking about grains and of course beans and legumes and things like that.
Same degree of protein from like a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
But you would have to eat more quantities of them.
It depends. But if you think about a cow or a pig, they consume more than we do. So overall, we're still reducing the amount of land that's been grown. So even like plant-based farming, we reduce the amount of land for plant farming specifically by eating plants. That might mean that more plant farming is given to humans, but overall plant farming reduces because we're not feeding all those animals. So yes, more plants will be grown for humans, but that's still an overall reduction compared to what we have now.
It is true. Ed is right once again. So I'm going to quickly check chat because there's a few interesting comments here. So we've got Shiloh here saying, if you guys want to be vegan, that's fine. No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. No one else has to be vegan, and you guys need to understand that. It's annoying how you try so hard to push it on others. A couple of things, Shiloh. So I agree with you that being vegan is fine. That's a good point. Great start. And it's good that you're not against vegans. That you're like, vegans cool. I'm okay with vegans cool. No one else has to be vegan. Well, okay. I mean, I don't really know what you mean by that. No one else has to be vegan. Well, technically, yeah. No one else has to be vegan. That's something that's a statement that's correct. I suppose in a way. I don't know what you're kind of getting at. I suppose you're trying to say that no one should be forced to be vegan, maybe something like that. I mean, okay. Do you get the impression that I'm trying to force anybody to be vegan here? Do you think my live stream is forcing hummus down people's throats or making people eat tofu? Like I am going to their homes through this live stream and forcing them to eat tofu. I think we don't know that. That's not happening. We know it's not happening, right? And it's annoying how you try so hard to push it on others. Okay, so we're here this is a YouTube live stream, Shiloh. And let me just be clear that you're welcome here. I'm happy you're here and having a chat, and I'm happy you're getting involved. But you are here, Shiloh. You came to me. You came to my stream. I didn't come to you. You came to my stream. And now, ironically, you're pushing your opinions on me because you're in my stream telling me what I should do or not do. I didn't come to you and tell you what to do or not do. And I don't know if any vegans have before, but I certainly haven't. And you followed up with here, you guys do protests and go out and try to convince people all the time. Absolutely. We try to convince people. That's correct. Convince people. What's wrong with that? Do you also have a problem with people who go outside and try to convince people to sign petitions to save dogs from China? Do you not like that? Do you think that's bad too because they're trying to convince people? Do you have a problem with people who try and raise money to help children in an African village on the street? They're trying to convince people to help children. Do you think that's bad too? Do you think that's bad? What about the protests that people do? What about the anti-dog trade protests where people go out and they do protests? They do this once a year, I think, over in England at least, where they protest against the Yulin Dog Festival in China. Do you think that they're bad for trying to convince people to not do those things to dogs? What do you think? I don't think they're bad. I think all these people are fantastic. The people who go out and speak on behalf, like people who try to help children, people who try to help dogs. I think people who try to help wildlife. People who raise money to try and help wildlife and things like that. Rescuers, all these people who try and speak to the public. I think they're all great. Well, what's wrong with the vegans doing that too? Well, what's wrong with us trying to help animals too? Why is that so different? Andre's tagged me here, says, to plant crops, thousands of animals have to die for the crops to thrive. Andre, I would thank you for, getting involved. The video we're watching just actually went through that. The majority of crops are grown to feed animals. So although you might be right that crop agriculture does cause a lot of destruction to animals, can cause a lot of animals, a lot of deaths through directly defending the crops and also through the different treatments of the crops and things like that. The most crops in the world are grown to feed animals, not humans. And also, there are ways we can improve crop farming for humans. The reason that we don't improve it, the reason that it's not better for animals is because, well, the world isn't vegan. So, of course, they're not improving crop farming for insects. Of course they're not. While we're also farming pigs and cows and chickens and killing them, people don't really care about insects so much, right? Well, of course not. Crop farmers don't necessarily care about insects. They go home and eat pigs and cows and chickens. Do you know what I mean? We're not in a world where these things are a priority, but I hope that they will be one day. But until then, we just have to do our best, and the best option is to eat animal free. No question about it. If you, for example, care about those animals killed in crops, your best bet is to eat an animal-free diet because most crops are grown and then harvested to feed animals. I saw, just 1 second, I'll just quickly follow up on the conversation I had with Shiloh. And we'll jump back in the video. They shouldn't protest in restaurants and grocery stores. Well, Shiloh, that's an opinion that you've got. I understand. Yeah, maybe you've got a point. Maybe vegans shouldn't do that. Maybe it'd be better for animal rights people to do something different. However, think about it on the other side. If you knew that a certain restaurant was serving dog meat, and you were opposed to dog meat, right? You're like, no, this is wrong. Would you say that the people who protested inside the supermarket or inside the restaurant where they sold dog meat, would you say that they were bad for doing that? Or would you be happy that they're causing a disruption in a place that's selling dead dogs? Right? Or, if you knew, for example, what about this? If you knew a supermarket or a restaurant, you knew that they got their products from a farm where the farm was proud that they abuse animals. Apparently, let's say this farm, they're very cruel and they're public about it. And they're like, we love it. We love the cruelty. It makes it taste better. And then there's a supermarket and a restaurant that serves the animals from that farm. Again, would you have a massive issue with the people going inside? Or would you say, no, I'm happy people are going inside that place and disrupting it? You see, the thing is, and I'll tell you something before we jump back into the video, Shiloh. Historically, you're saying you would still hold your stance, right? Well, here's where things are going to get a little tricky, Shiloh. You don't need to respond. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm going to tell you something interesting. The idea of going inside a place and protesting, the animal rights people didn't start this. Do you know where this started? It started in the civil rights movement. Back in whichever year it was, I don't remember the exact year, but there was segregation between black people and white people in the USA, and other places, obviously, but we're going to talk about the USA. And they had black-only water fountains and black-only places and black-only, all different things that were black-only, and they were usually worse than the white-only places. Coco says 1963. Shiloh, just don't say that's not comparable. Just listen to the thing before you make a decision. Jesus, guys. Anyway, and what happened was there was white-only lunch canteens, and the civil rights people, black activists, thought this was wrong, and they wanted to protest it. So the way they protested it, they went inside the white-only lunch canteen and sat there and refused to leave, and that was their protest. They weren't allowed to be in there. It was illegal for them to be in there, but they went in there anyway and disrupted the place, yeah? Shiloh, you said you know the history, you're black. Well, why would you not be against that then? Are you against that as well? Because at the end of the day, they shouldn't have gone in, right? They shouldn't have gone into the place. They should have protested outside, shouldn't they? No. They went into the place because disrupting the place with their presence was how they brought attention to the problem that there should never have been segregation. That's how they brought attention to it. When an animal rights person goes into a restaurant or a supermarket, that is exactly what they're doing. They're bringing attention to something that is unjust, that shouldn't be happening. They're saying there shouldn't be these animals, these dead animals inside the store. Animals shouldn't be being killed and put on our shelves. Animals shouldn't be being abused and put on our shelves. And when they go in there and make that statement, that's the point of it. In the same way that the civil rights activists went in and made the same statement, we should be allowed in here. You should not be able to keep us out of here. This is wrong. And us being here highlights that and puts it in your face. You can't ignore it. When animal rights activists go in and they go in with the videos or pictures or photos and they stand next to the meat and they stand next to the dairy and they stand next to the eggs, it is the same reason that the civil rights activists did that exact action. Actually, do you know what? It's influenced. That's the reason animal rights activists do it. That's why they do it. It's inspiration from the civil rights movement. It's lessons from the civil rights movement that have encouraged animal rights activists to do those actions. So once again, if you are opposed to animal rights people going into a supermarket or a store, but you're not opposed to civil rights activists doing the same thing, well, that's a flaw in your thinking. That's a flaw that you have there, because at the end of the day, the reasons are the same. The logic is the same. So yeah, you can not like it. I'm sure the white people in the civil rights movement didn't like when these civil rights activists came into their white only spaces. I'm sure they hated it. The same way you hate it when you're at the supermarket trying to buy meat and an animal rights activist shows you a picture of the animal that you're about to buy. These things are not supposed to be nice. They're not supposed to be liked. They're not supposed to be things that you enjoy. The point is to make the statement, and the point is that it's uncomfortable because it's wrong. It's wrong, and no one likes to face the reality. When we face the reality, it makes us feel bad. And Shiloh, and the person I'm talking to here, the name's Shiloh, by the way, the only response I get to this is, it's not the same, and it's, what was the other thing? Sorry, the logic is not the same at all. Which unfortunately tends to be what people say when they are wrong and they don't have anything smart to say back. I'm sorry, Shiloh, but that just telling me it's not the same is not a response to everything I just said. It's not the same is usually the rallying cry of someone who doesn't have much else to say on the topic. They just don't like it, so they say it's not the same. And I'm not telling you this to be mean. I'm telling you this to be real, because we think we've reached a point, you and I, where we just got to be just direct and honest with each other at this point. And I'll keep an eye on the chat, but if it's not the same, you can explain why it's not the same, then I'll wait for that. Otherwise, I think we both know what the situation is.
I'll go with what you said. I don't know the numbers, so
I just have to agree with you.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. It can be hard, but what I would love to do is give you some information so you can find those numbers out on your own, of course.
I have a question. What standpoint would you take to convince somebody from the developing world to stop producing animals and stuff and instead produce?
If that's their livelihood, how do you tell a farmer in India to stop growing pigs?
There's a larger demand for animals than there is for a plant-based diet.
Well, I mean, India is an interesting one. Vegetarians are still contributing to the problems I'm trying to stop, of course. But overall, it depends on their personal situation. I don't know. I can't speak to every person in every developing nation. But I'm not trying to convince them. I'm trying to convince you guys. And that's the point.
Well...
So why don't you guys
That's it. They see the silence. This is the moment where they should just say, you know what? Yeah, okay. But there's another 20 minutes of this video. So where does it go from here?
The change now. Why don't you try it? Let's say I give you the information. You go home. Okay, yes, I can get protein. Yes, I can get B12. Yes, it is better for a land use perspective than animal farming. Then what? Do you guys try it then?
Well, food's kind of indifferent to me. So if you put a platter of vegan food in front of me or meat, I have either one. I don't really care.
So why not opt for the plant-based one then in your day-to-day life?
Because I'm more accustomed to the meat one.
More accustomed to it, but that doesn't mean that you can't choose the plant-based one. Yeah. So why don't you? From a moral perspective, an ethical perspective, why not?
Because, personally, if I don't feel it's that big of a deal that I'm eating meat. I mean, I know a lot of people consider evil, or bad, or horrible and stuff, but in my view, it's not that bad.
Well, is it bad to kill an animal when we don't have to?
Yeah, no, yeah. I say if you just kill an animal and just let it be there, that's just quite bad.
There are other animals who do the same thing as us.
But other animals also rape one another. Is that then justified because they do that?
Well, other animals rape each other. You can't really call that rape.
But rape is not an essential thing to their survival. But them eating is essential to them.
I don't understand. How would you know from that?
So he's wrong there, by the way. I'm going to say the word grape, as in the fruit grape, just so we don't have any issues on stream. But no, he says animals don't grape for survival. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's part of passing on their genetics so their species can survive. That's how a lot of the animal kingdom works, actually. There are some animals that consent, and some, when they do it, they consent. But there is a lot of grape also. And it is a survival tactic. It's a survival instinct. So they're both wrong there. But anyway, what Ed is saying here, what the vegan is saying here, is that we shouldn't take our cues on how to live. We shouldn't take our cues on what we do and our behavior from other animals, because other animals do all sorts of horrible things to each other that we would never do to each other. So it doesn't matter what they do. Again, it doesn't matter what other people are doing. It doesn't matter what other animals are doing. Let's talk about what do we think? Actually come up with some kind of point here.
another animal raped another animal.
Well,
Which is like, do you know how this came consent to each other?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, there are many examples of that. But the point that you were making was other animals do it.
The animal raped the other animal.
Okay.
I mean, we can argue this, I guess, the finer details of it. But I guess the point is animals can sexually exploit other animals or abuse them in a way that comes from a sexual act. And the point I was making specific to what you said is you said, well, other animals do this. And that's true, but other animals do a whole host of things that we would never consider justified.
Exactly the point I was making as well. Shiloh has responded saying, thank you for responding, Shiloh, and taking some time. The civil rights movement wasn't about a lifestyle choice. It was ending institutionalized racism and achieving basic rights and freedoms for an entire group of people. Well, Shiloh, here's where this might blow your mind. The animal rights movement isn't a lifestyle choice. The animal rights movement is about ending institutionalized violence to animals and achieving basic rights and freedoms for an entire groups of different species. So actually, I don't know if you've missed that, but veganism is, so eating an animal-free diet is a choice of like a dietary choice, but it is linked to a movement that is about animal rights and about the status of animals in our society. It is the animal-free diet and the animal-free clothing and the choices that you make. They're not just meaningless decisions. They are decisions that reflect that you don't believe that it is right to be violent to animals. You think that it is wrong to be violent to animals, so therefore you don't pay people to be violent to animals, and then that expresses itself through your dietary choices, through your clothing choices, through your entertainment choices. You wouldn't go to a dog fight, you wouldn't go to a cockfight, chicken fight, you wouldn't pay for those bullfighting, you wouldn't do that because you don't think it's okay to do those things to animals for your entertainment. Well, we also don't think it's okay to do those things to animals for our taste pleasure. We also don't think it's okay to do those things to animals for a nice jacket. We can get a nice jacket, we can get a tasty burger, or we can go to the cinema. We don't need to hurt animals. We don't need to use them or abuse them or kill them for all the things that we can do in our lives. It's all connected. So I understand how you may have seen it differently, but This is not, to be clear, this is not just like a passing thing. This is real. This is a movement that is about animal freedom. It's about justice for animals. Okay. This is why people are vegan. This is why people make those choices. Does that make sense to you, Shiloh? Do you understand where I'm coming from now? I understand how you might have missed that. We don't, it's quite a concept, isn't it? It's quite a concept, difficult concept to get across, I suppose, and it's quite wordy. So I suppose I don't explain it like that all that often. We're more focusing on the choices more so because I think I really want people to start making animal-friendly choices. But the reason to make the animal-friendly choices is what I just described. So yeah, Shiloh, I'll let you chew on that. I'll let you digest that and see what you think. Anyway, and we'll jump back into these guys. At least to be honest with you, I'm going to compare you directly, Shiloh, you to these guys. Okay, I don't know you, I can't see you, but I imagine if these guys spoke to Ed the same way that you're speaking to me. You're thinking about your points. You're thinking about your responses. You're not just making excuses. You're trying to actually get to the bottom of this because you're interested and you seem like an intellectually honest person, right? You see the difference between you and them, right? You see, this is what I'm talking about, and you're a good example of how to actually you're seeking the truth, and I respect that you're seeking the truth. And even Horn 777 says that made a lot of sense, David. Thank you for that explanation. You see, this is what we need more of because I understand why you get frustrated with the vegans. I understand why maybe you don't get it, or maybe you feel like it's you get your disagreements and whatnot. But this is where we need to talk to each other because we're all people, right? We're all in this together. I'm not above you. I don't see you as below me. I'm not some billionaire, you're not billionaires. Like, we're all just trying to pay rent and support our families and deal with all the crap that we deal with day to day. There's just a couple differences between us. We should be able to have normal conversations where we understand each other and listen to each other, not like the one we're watching right now, where these guys are just going over again and again and again, making excuses. It's like, no, have the respect for each other to be able to have a proper conversation, listen to each other and be honest, you know? That's what we need more of. I'm glad we're doing that in the chat today. I appreciate that. I see a couple of tips. Thank you, guys. Dave says these guys in the video, classic whataboutism. So it is. Thank you, Dave. It is. Whataboutism is when basically the second that your point is beat, you just bring up another point. So if someone says to me, oh, but you know, it's humane, it's what we do to animals is fine. And I'm like, okay, well, humane means compassionate or benevolent. That's what it means. Do you really think that what we do to a cow is compassionate? Like, really? They're taking their babies away and killing them? Like, really? No, it's not. Okay, what about poor people, though? What about poor people? Well, you know, not everyone can go vegan, though. Okay, but I'm talking to you. Okay, what about B12? Well, yeah, we just take a supplement, though. Well, supplements are unnatural. Well, the animals are also fed supplements. And at the end of the day, like, supplements, it doesn't matter if they're natural. We take paracetamol, don't we? We take modern medicine when we need it. So what's wrong with taking a B12 supplement? Well, what about it's too expensive? You know, and this is whataboutism. This is what it's called. And a lot of people do this, not just in vegan conversations. They actually do this in other places as well, and in other discussions. It's quite frustrating, to be honest with you, for everybody involved. I mean, if you're trying to have a conversation with somebody about a topic and someone does that to you, I'm sure you'd find it frustrating too. It's a frustrating thing that people do. Charlotte also tipped, thank you, Charlotte, says their argument is basically all whataboutism and appeals to futility, which is sadly the usual defense of someone who does not care. I agree. Yeah, I think that I disagree with the last part, that they don't care. I think they do care. I think it's usually the defense of someone who is struggling to come to terms with the fact that the way that they live and love to live and the way they've lived all their life might not be good, because everybody wants to think they're a good person. You will very rarely meet someone who says, I'm a bad person. Most people, unless they're dealing with some kind of, you know, depression or something like that, which maybe then, but most people, would you say you're a good person? They'd say, I'm a good person. Yeah. And nobody likes to realize all of a sudden that, oh my God, am I a good person? No, I am a good person. So they defend it. They defend it, really viciously defend their points, because the alternative is that they've lived their whole life in a way that's been bad. And that's not a nice thing to face. Nobody likes to face that. And so I think that's the reason for the whataboutism and for the appeals to futility, which basically means like, oh, well, what's the point? If no one else is going to do it, why should I? That's an appeal to futility. I think that's why people do it, to be honest. I don't think it's because they don't care. I think most people do care. It's just about getting past that initial defense. And thank you again, Dave, for another one who says, boycotting slave-made products was part of the slavery abolitionist movement as well. That did happen. The parallels are there. That's true. That's true. A lot of successful movements have had boycotting, removing support for certain businesses, certain industries, certain products. Yeah, a lot of successful movements in history have had that as part of it. That's true. Thank you.
I said something that's essential to their living. Animals kill. Is it omnivores that eat both? Yeah. Omnivores. Okay, so they. Yeah, can eat both. They have the option, but they still occasionally choose to.
But they don't know, do they? They don't know about nutrients, and they
intelligent as us.
Correct. Well, are they? They're different.
Like dolphins are quite intelligent. Whales are quite intelligent. But I'm saying in the sense that we are intelligent, they're not as intelligent as us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have higher cognitive abilities in many ways than they do, which means that we should be held to a different standard than they are, because we can rationalize things. We do intellectually understand things. And the reason I asked that question about is it bad to kill an animal was because you were saying, I know some people say that eating meat is bad, and the reason why we say that eating meat is bad is because we say that causing suffering and death to an animal is bad. So I guess that's the question: is causing suffering and death to an animal, when of course we can avoid doing so, is that bad?
Well, technically, as a direct response, yeah, it's bad.
Good. We're finally getting to some honesty from this guy, but I think he's about to follow it up with something else. Horn777 in the chat has just asked a question. Says, I'm for justice, of course, but what does justice got to do with a vegan diet? Well, it's about connecting the dots, Horn. So basically, when you're looking at a vegan diet, meaning that you have chosen to eat in a way that doesn't involve animal products. You've chosen to eat in a way where you're choosing animal free, right? Why are you choosing animal free? Well, because if you choose to consume animals or animal products in your diet, you're funding the use and the abuse and manipulation, violation, and violence towards animals, right? The dairy industry violates animals. They shove their arms inside the cows. They take the babies away from the cows. They, impregnate them against their will. They just use them for their milk. And then as soon as they're no longer profitable, they kill them. The meat industry, literally, all they do is just kill for profit. Egg industry, they're doing something similar to the dairy industry where they're just killing them as soon as they stop laying eggs. And also they've bred them to the point where they lay so many eggs that it destroys their bodies. A lot of them can't walk. A lot of them can't move too much. And they live their whole lives inside in captivity and confinement. The leather industry, they're ripping the skin off animals to put it in coats and shoes. The wool industry, they're ripping the wool, literally at some points ripping the wool off of sheep. Like they end up bloodied and beaten to make stuff out of it. And then they kill them as well. As soon as they're no longer profitable or less profitable, they kill them as well and sell them off. And so when you choose to eat a certain way, you're choosing to not support all the food side of that. And when you choose to live a certain way, and you choose animal free, you choose not to support the other side of that too, animal testing included. Why would you do that? Well, because all of those things that I've said, they're injustices. They're injustices to the animals, aren't they? The animals, what have they done to deserve all of that? The reason that we are doing those things to them, it's just pleasure. It's because I like that jacket, or I like that burger. I like ice cream, or I like fried eggs, right? Well, that's all it is, because we know we can be healthy without all those things, and we know we've got alternatives. So we're just doing it because it's convenient and it's nice. Well, that's an injustice, is it not? It's not right, is it? It's not okay to. We would agree it would be an injustice to hurt an animal for fun, right? Torture an animal for fun. Well, then why would it not be an injustice to do all those things for fun, which is what we're doing? That's how justice is linked with this. And that's how being a vegan is a very, very just way of living when it comes to animals. Think about it from the animals' perspective. How do you think they'd see it? They want justice, don't they? They don't want these things to be happening to them. Think about it from their perspective for just 5 minutes and think about what they would want. And think about also how many of them that we're breeding, that we literally create animals, right? There's no animals, okay? Then we create them just to live a life of us using them, abusing them, killing them. And we just keep on creating more and more to keep doing this to them again and again. It's an injustice. So that's how the diet is linked to justice, but it's not just the diet, of course. It's everything else I mentioned, the clothing and all the entertainment and the animal testing and all the different things that we do to them. It's all horrific violence to animals when we could just not do it. You know, it's for sure an injustice.
But there are a lot more factors in play. That's why it's not that easy to convert everybody to being vegan.
But the ease of converting.
Just said it again. We can't convert everyone to being vegan.
Converting to veganism is a slightly separate topic to whether or not meat in and of itself is bad. So if it's bad to cause suffering and to take the life of an animal, especially in a situation where we don't have to, then that by default means that meat for us is bad because we're causing suffering and death to an animal in a situation where we don't have to.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Well, I just think that, okay, killing an animal for no reason, that's definitely bad. You know, like, I'm against hunting, but I'm not really against the consumption of meat. Like, I wouldn't be at all.
But it's not a reason that we have to partake in.
Well, why would I not partake in it?
Because you can avoid the thing that you think is bad.
So people can avoid smoking, but they still smoke.
Yeah, I mean,
people can avoid doing weed, but they still do weed.
Yeah, but that's also an individualistic thing. If one decides to... No, because we're concerning the rights and autonomy of someone else.
The rights of animals?
Yes.
But
the autonomy of animals.
Okay, but then that opens an entire different chapter, doesn't it?
Why?
Like wouldn't that open up so many different things? Animals, like I understand animals have rights. Like a lot of protected animals around the world, like swans, dolphins, and stuff. But I'm just saying, like whaling was like banned recently. But I just think like with animals that like agricultural animals like cows, chickens, like we kill like 1 billion chickens a year or something. I mean,
way more.
Way more.
72 billion.
72 billion. I mean, there is a demand for it. It's going to exist regardless. I think
but is that moral just because there's a demand for it? Is something moral if there's a demand?
If I eat a chicken, I'm not going to think about my moral standpoint while eating the chicken.
But should you?
No, not really.
Why not?
Because my priorities are more towards my academics than wondering about whether my chicken died a good death or not. Like,
but you can also prioritize your academic studies and not buy chicken.
Well, yeah, but like, why would I give that much thought into eating a chicken or not?
You don't have to give that much thought. You just don't order it.
Why would I just like I'm a
Why would you think about whether to eat a chicken or not? Well, because this is the thing. He's speaking about a chicken as if a chicken is a nothing. A chicken is just a thing. It's just a product. Why would you care about a chicken? Because chickens are little individuals with personalities. They feel pain, suffer. They protect their babies viciously. They're very maternal. They form really, really strong bonds with each other. They form strong bonds with humans too. They have enemies even. They have chickens they don't like. They have other chickens they do like. They have humans they don't like. They have humans they do like. They're complex, emotional animals. And even the tiny little brain of a chicken, like tiny, tiny little brain of a chicken, there is still 100% a personality and an individual in that chicken's little brain, in that chicken's little body. They are so incredibly defenseless and so incredibly vulnerable. And in our society, when we look at the vulnerable and the defenseless, look at the disabled, look at the mentally and physically disabled. In a lot of countries, how are they treated? In the West especially, that is. They're treated very, very well. People are kind to them. People feel for them. People raise money for them. We look after our most vulnerable and we defend them, and there are laws to defend them. And the same goes for children, also incredibly vulnerable, babies especially. We have very strict laws. We have very harsh laws about anybody who abuses children. We do all these amazing things to protect the vulnerable, to protect the defenseless. Well, that's the same reason that this guy should be considering whether or not to kill a chicken. A chicken is more defenseless and more vulnerable than any baby and than any human, actually. They're so tiny and so vulnerable and so defenseless, and they have very minimal legal protection as well. And socially, people don't care about them that much. But they should. They should, for all the reasons I've just said. That's why you should be thinking about this. That's why you should be thinking about whether or not to eat a chicken, bro. You know? That's what I think anyway. Is that unreasonable? Is that crazy? I feel like that's a very normal way of seeing this. You could never argue with me. I mean, that a chicken doesn't have all those things. It's not just my opinion. Even just by viewing them yourself, you could see them. You could see this. But now the science is caught up, and the science is caught up on chickens. The science is caught up on fish as well, on a lot of animals, that these animals are emotional, that they are feeling pain and feeling various emotions. They've even shown that chickens can get depression and anxiety, PTSD, a tiny little brain in a little tiny little chicken, and they can experience psychological trauma and issues. So what does that tell you about all the other animals, all the larger animals like the pigs and the cows with bigger brains? Well, of course they feel it too. Of course they have the similar stuff going on. Allison's just said, I'm surprised that you compared vulnerable people to chickens. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. I said chickens are more vulnerable than vulnerable people because that's correct. There's nothing incorrect about what I said. I didn't say they were the same. I said they're more vulnerable because at least with the vulnerable people, there are laws and the police will come out and protect them, and the public and the society will protect them. We rally around and we will stop people from trying to take advantage of vulnerable people. Yeah, when it comes to chickens, not many people. The only people that stand up for chickens are people like me, and there's not many of us. Chickens are in a position where they're far, far more vulnerable than the most vulnerable humans are. And I'm not trying to say that we should stop helping humans and help chickens instead. I'm saying we should be doing something for both. And the really amazing thing is, to help chickens, you don't need to go raise money. You don't need to go out and do something crazy. You don't need... the first thing you need to do to help chickens is stop eating chickens. For example, the first thing you need to do to help animals is stop eating them, go animal free. You don't need to protest. You don't need to raise money. You don't need to go out and do some crazy stuff. Nope. Just change yourself to begin with. That's not that hard, is it? And you could be doing something incredible for the most vulnerable animals on the planet.
I'm eating meat on a weekly basis. Why would I change my behavior just so I can, I don't know, please a new like trend or something? No, I'm not calling it veganism.
It's not about pleasing a trend. It's about doing something that reduces suffering to animals. Okay. And reduces the infringement of their autonomy.
All right, so you know Delhi, you know India, right? So Delhi's the capital of India.
Correct.
Delhi has one of the highest levels of CO2 in the atmosphere. It has really high pollution levels. It's one of the most polluted cities in the world. Yeah. All right. So how would you like on the same level as an analogy, how would you convince drivers to stop driving their cars because of like the really large population of kids with asthma? Which is like way above 50%. It's like 60%.
I mean, I would try and appeal to that side of it. I'd say, look, this has a consequence, and that.
Do you think they would be like, you know what? I'm going to stop using cars. I'm going to like the whole city would stop instead of cycle.
Maybe not, but that's just besides the point. That doesn't mean that you're then justified to buy chicken.
I have the choice then, right? I can like be like, you know what? I won't use my car. I'll carpool, or I'll take the bus.
You have a choice, but just because you have a choice doesn't mean that both choices that you can partake in are equally justified. Some choices are more preferable to other choices, and so the choice that reduces animal suffering and harm is preferable to the choice that increases animal suffering and harm.
No, I agree. Animal suffering and farm is really bad. Like, I've met some.
You support it.
By eating food.
Yes. Yeah, by eating animals.
Yeah, like, no, indirectly I support it. Yeah, but would I be the person to go kill a chicken? No, I wouldn't be.
But you pay people to do that.
Yes, because there is a demand for it.
But you're creating the demand.
So is the rest of the world. Yeah.
Absolutely, but it's not. That doesn't make it moral. We're starting to go around in circles, but
morally,
it's not just arguing the morals here.
Yeah, because that's the foundation of this.
Well, morally,
morals can be different for different people, can't they? We don't have like one like basic fundamental moral. Otherwise, the world would be like a really peaceful fucking place, right?
Sounds nice though.
It sounds amazing, but it's unrealistic.
Unrealistic, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't aspire to make it as peaceful as we can.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So he's saying that everyone has their own morals. Okay, then. Well, what are your morals then? Are you saying that you are okay with hurting animals for pleasure? Is that your moral system? No, that's not my moral system. Okay, cool. So you agree with me then that eating animal free is a good option then? No. Okay, so your moral system is that it's okay then. You know what I mean? So yes, people do have subjective morals. They have their own opinions on what's right and wrong. But at the end of the day, if you're talking to somebody who says, I think that hurting animals for fun is fine, I am totally cool with it, then that's not somebody you want to continue talking to. I think most people who aren't even vegan would hear that and be like, no, you're kind of messed up, bro. You know, that you feel danger. Like, be like, I feel like I'm maybe in danger being around you if they truly believe that. So I'm happy that most people are actually of the opinion that, no, it's not good. It's not good to abuse animals or hurt animals for my own fun, right? Most people will agree with that. Good, great. Well, then you already have some level of a vegan mindset, because that's pretty much all the vegans are saying. All we're saying is that we are vegan. I am vegan because I agree with you. I'm not going to eat animals or animal products or use animals or commit violence to animals just to make my life easier or to make my taste buds feel nice. I'm going to choose other stuff instead because I agree with you. I don't think it's okay to do that to animals for fun. But the only difference is that people are more attached to food than they are to, say, bullfighting, right? In the West, everyone says, no, bullfighting's not okay. It's not okay. I'm against using animals like that for pleasure. But then burgers, well, okay, I'm okay with using animals like that for pleasure there. It's like, well, either you don't agree with killing animals for pleasure or you do. And it's just an attachment thing. If you took away the attachment, I think everyone would just go vegan immediately. But I think it's just the attachment. It's difficult to get past this kind of barrier of, but I just really want to eat the meat. I just really want to eat it. You know, and I get it. I'm not blaming people for it. I'm not saying this is like I hate you for this. It's an observation more than anything. But I think once you observe it and once you start to realize it, it could be the beginnings of changing it. So I hope that if you're not a vegan and you're listening to this, I hope that this would be a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a wake-up call, and I hope you'll start making some animal-friendly choices. And I'll ask you this question, I asked it earlier as well. Start the wheels turning. What is one choice you could make today that would be an animal-free choice? An animal-friendly choice. What could you do today that's animal-friendly that you didn't do yesterday? Think about it. Think about the food you eat. Think about the things you buy, and think about the impact on animals they have, and ask yourself, what could I do today that would change those things? And then go and do it. Go and do it, see how you feel. And you're going to feel good, because it's going to feel good to do the right thing. It's going to feel good to do something that's good for the animals and makes the world better for them. Just try it. Ask yourself the question and then do it. And stay on this channel. Come back to my streams. Talk to me about it. Talk about it with the chat and with me. Tell us how you're going. Update us. Let's do this. Let's do this as like a team, a community. That's why I'm here. Not here to get angry or shout at people or fight with people. We're here for something different. We're here to do something special.
Okay, relatively, yeah. So do you think that we should try to make it as peaceful as we can?
But peaceful for someone could be peaceful for something else.
Like, it can't be reached. Like, globally, it can't be reached.
So that, in effect, you're saying that nothing should be off the table. Because peace in its most utopian form can't be achieved, there's no point trying to get it to it as close as we possibly can.
Strive to be peaceful, but like if you're a realist, like there's so many countries that are realist capitalists, like they have their own national interests. Like the realist views that countries have their own self-interest.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that from an individualistic perspective, and I would like to think from a societal perspective, the aspiration of reducing harm and suffering and achieving a world that is more peaceful should be what we aspire to try and create as much as is possible. And the problem is when we create this idea that it's all or nothing, where it has to be this utopian mindset of a truly peaceful world, we're creating an unfair aspiration that we then use to justify doing something that we don't have to do, right? Which is what you're doing right now.
By consuming meat.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Let's put it in these terms. Let's say there's an animal in front of us right now.
The middle guy's checked out a long time ago, I think.
Yeah. Is it more ethical to kill that animal or not kill that animal?
Depends. If I'm starving to death, I'm not starving to death.
Give us a more specific example.
Okay, there's a chicken in front of us right now. You'd kill the chicken.
Chickens are technically bred for consumption.
But then, like we said before, dogs who are bred for dogfighting are technically bred for dogfighting.
Yes, they are.
But that doesn't make it moral just because they're bred for that reason.
The people that participate in and actually breed the dogs, for them it's morally acceptable. So like,
but do you think it's morally acceptable?
Who gives a fuck about my opinion?
I can.
Yep, you're one guy.
But do you think that it's morally acceptable?
I don't.
Right. So the purpose of that question is to show that just because they're bred for that reason doesn't in and of itself mean that it's morally justified.
But okay, so let's say if I sit down with a person who like has a massive business, makes money breeding dogs for dog fighting, I'm not going to be able to convince him to switch careers.
No,
it'll be completely
you might
impossible.
not be able to, but that doesn't mean that what they're doing is okay just because you as an individual can't convince them to change. So look, I get the feeling that I'm not necessarily going to convince you to right now, but what I would love to hope is that we can reflect on this and recognize that we actually have the ability to do something that is, in the wider context of other people doing it, something that can bring about change. And whilst we as individuals aren't going to change the world, and you may feel a little bit disempowered, we as individuals amongst other people who are also making those changes can start to influence things.
How do you think this is going to be achieved in the long run?
Well, individual change to begin with, and then
So finally, we're at the it's at least still 7 minutes of the video left, but finally you get a good, honest question like, how do you think these things are going to change? These guys seem to be off the defensive now, which is good. They're asking some good questions.
Legislative change that optimizes things like plant-based food production, that changes how we subsidize agriculture to make it more equitable and economically viable, make plants more available. It's a slow transition over time, but the first piece of that puzzle has to be individuals, because unless we change, governments and legislators and corporations and companies won't change. But you guys can be a part of that. And I think ethically we understand why you should be, because ethically we don't disagree on most of the things that we've spoken about.
Ethically we're on the same wavelength.
Ethically we're on the same page. It's just right now the actions that the three of us choose to partake in are not fully in alignment with one another, and in the case of what you two are discussing, fully in alignment with the ethics that you say you have.
I don't see how what I'm going to do is going to make that big of a change.
In my lifetime, at least.
And just in the world, generally. I understand the snowball effect, but that's if like this veganism is a snowball itself. if like the concept itself is.
How do we change anything if with this attitude? Because if everyone has the same attitude you two have, then nothing changes.
Change, right?
Is there not?
Like, okay, give me another
cars. The championing of plant-based food.
I'm looking out.
First of all, electric cars, because a lot of the like Teslas are a lot cheaper. They are cheaper than
it's
the regular
once
cars.
economic. People only start changing their attitudes once economic is advantageous.
Like I would buy a Tesla car because people are invested into the stock price itself. So if the production of Tesla goes up, if the consumption of Tesla cars and the purchase of it goes up, the stock price will go up as well.
Absolutely. But
so
that's part of change, isn't it? That's part of change. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily based off an altruistic version of morals, but what I'm saying is things do change. And that change was inspired by something to begin with, which was that there was a need for change. Of course, like profiteering interests come in. Of course, people will make money from it. Of course, people invest. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But fundamentally, these initial ceilings of change come from the idea that something needs to change.
I think you can preach this to a developed nation. You can't preach it to a developing nation.
But I am preaching in a developed nation.
Yeah, but you won't but a lot of the world is a developing nation. Like most of the population in the world is a developing nation.
Absolutely, but disproportionately, the developed nations are the ones that contribute most to this problem. So disproportionately, the choices that we as individuals make have a higher amount of benefit than the choice that someone in a more developing nation would have.
So you're talking about electric cars. I live in Dubai. Why would I buy an electric car? Oil is really cheap. It's cheaper than water.
I mean, I'm not too bothered about debating electric cars with you.
No, but you brought it up. So
I brought it up as a reason to emphasise that change is happening. Because change is happening as a result
coming from an economic, it's advantageous economically, and that's because.
All right, I'm getting done with these guys. I don't know about you guys. I'm getting frustrated with them a little bit. I think that they're just laboring the same points over and over again. I think it's pretty clear that these two were just playing a game here where they were just trying to argue for arguing's sake, trying to defend themselves at every corner. They weren't in the lead or kind of winning this discussion at any point, in my opinion. Ed, the vegan here at the long hair, just tried to guide them to the conclusion. At one point in the middle of the video, they just sighed and they didn't even know what to say because they were completely wrong and they had been shown to be wrong on so many occasions. But then they just kind of restarted the same things over and over, and it's the same points over and over again. It's very disappointing and it's very frustrating to see, but it's different than what we have in the chat here today. I'm happy that in my chat here with you guys that that's not happening. I from what I've seen, it's been quite a lot of people who have been quite honest and being have integrity, and you're talking, you're asking questions, you're listening, you're asking new questions, and I've seen some agreement. I've seen some people saying, okay, I agree with that, and a couple of you have told me you agree with me, and this has been really good. This is the opposite of that video, and I really appreciate that. Like, please don't underestimate how much I appreciate that. Even if you disagree, I'm happy that you're here, and I'm happy that you're having proper conversations, not like those guys. You're having better conversations, reasonable conversations, and you're listening, and you're here to find out what the hell this is all about. I massively value that. Like, you should totally, I think it's great that if you've come here just to kind of see what we're about and listen and find the truth, and that's really cool. And you're welcome here every time I do a stream. Subscribe to the channel, subscribe, and look out for my streams and hop in. Richard, thank you so much for the tip, mate. The plan was very much to make people addicted to animal products. If they weren't, people would go vegan. You were right that most people do care about animals. They've just been hooked to the product and conditioned. Most people are not inherently selfish. Thank you, Richard. I think you're onto something there. I think you've got a good point that I agree with you. Most people do care about animals, and it's a generational habit. It's just years and years and years and years of people living a certain way, eating certain things, using certain things in certain ways. One vegan conversation is not going to be enough to have someone just click out of that. I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow for us, but for who care, because we're really trying to change the world for animals. But it is the way it is. And so as much as it pains us, we do have to be, I don't know, I suppose not patient, maybe not be the word, but we just have to understand that point and do our best, to influence and make change in the world. And if you're watching this as somebody who isn't a vegan, just keep that in mind, that it could be the case that the reason that you feel uncomfortable, that you argue with the vegans, or that you don't feel right about it, or it could be the case that it's just habits that you're defending your habits. But in reality, it's most likely the case that you agree with vegans on everything because you're not a bad person. You're a good person, and you think you're against animal cruelty, you're against animal abuse, right? And And so that we agree. We're on the same page. If that's you, that's why I'm a vegan. And again, I'll ask this question. It's the third time I've asked it today, but I want to ask it again. I mean, it's the third time in like almost 4 hours. So I mean, not that many times, but really do take this seriously, guys. Ask yourself this question: What could you do today to help animals? What choice could you make today to help animals? You can tell me what to do, what you could do. I would put it out to the world to say that I wish everybody went vegan. I wish everybody started making these changes and, you know, took all these products out of their lives so that we can start changing the world for animals. That's what I would propose. What would you propose? What could you do? Get those wheels turning. Do something, right? And I would hope that that would take you on the path to what I'm saying, to this world where, you know, to this better world for animals where people are vegan, right? So yeah. So like, I don't know if you maybe don't, you're going to put it in the chat. It's okay. I don't expect you guys to tell me what you think you could change in your lives, but have a think about it though. Like have a think about it and go away from this stream and think, what am I going to do tomorrow? Or if it's the daytime for you, what am I going to do today that's going to be better for animals? And every day do that thing and add more things to it. And then come back here and talk to us and have a chat with us about it, right? Tell us what you've been up to. Tell us what you've been doing. I mean, I'm interested, and you're very welcome here. This is not just a message for vegans. Everybody is welcome here. All right. I want to hear what people are up to. When I come on stream, I want people to pop up and be like, "Hey, David, I did this today for animals." Right. I want to hear that. That sounds really good to me. I'm excited to hear what you have to say in the future streams. Just looking at the poll, interesting poll from today. So we've had, I'll put it up on the bigger screen so I can look at it easier. Here we go. So we've had 31% of people who've popped in they eat animals, but they're against animal cruelty. 31%. Okay. Then we have 7% who said yes, and I don't care about cruelty. I'm happy that number's very small. And then we had 62% of people who don't eat animals. So look at that. So we have 93% of people who have come to the stream today who either don't eat animals or who do eat animals but are against animal cruelty. And I that might, to a lot of vegans, I know that's not going to be nice to see, that 30% of people are eating animals. However, it is great that those people are against animal cruelty. And I hope as many of those people as possible came in here, realized that these industries, that the meat industry, the dairy industry, egg industry, leather, all these animal products, they come from being cruel to animals. They're all the direct result of violence to animals. So start making animal-free choices today if you're against animal cruelty. That's what I want. That's what I want. And more importantly, it's what the animals want. It's what animals need from us. They need us to change our systems. They need us to make changes for them, because currently their lives are very, horrible lives they lead. Yeah, I see the chat has been good. I'm seeing you guys are still having a good chat. That's great. It's been a good live stream, an interesting chat. I agree, Vegan Heretic. I absolutely agree. All right, guys. It's been a good one today. I've really enjoyed this. If you're new to the stream, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, please, because then you'll know when my videos are up. If you turn notifications on, you'll get notified. That'll be really good for you and for me, because then we can continue our chat next time. I do these weekly. I think I'll keep this up weekly, maybe more. We'll see. And I see one more chat before. I'll answer this before I go. Why does David Rams keep talking about cruelty, suffering, and killing? Why do I keep talking about cruelty, suffering, and killing? Because these are all things that are happening to animals. These are all things that happen when we fund all of these things, all these animal products. It's literally direct connection to it. Whenever we buy meat, buy eggs, buy any animal product, we're supporting cruelty, suffering, and killing. But in terms of if you're trying to ask, why do vegans talk about that? Well, it's because it's the reality of the situation. That this is just what's happening. And so it's important to make sure people are aware of this, because the alternative to this, the opposition to this, is the massively funded industries, trillion-dollar industries, that put out lies about how animals are all happy and all treated really well and it's all fun and games. But that's not the case. So it's about combating those lies. But yes, as previously you said, veganism is about not using animals at all, no matter the conditions. It's about opposing this idea that we can use, abuse, kill animals for anything that we want. And we oppose it because it's wrong. It's wrong to do that to humans. It's also wrong to do that to animals for the same reasons. All right, but anyway, just to clarify that before we shoot off. Again, thank you guys. Subscribe, as I said, subscribe, turn on notifications. If you support my work, if you enjoyed today, you think it's valuable, you think it's useful, please do check out the YouTube memberships team, or also the Patreon team. In the Patreon team, you can DM me on there. So if you join at patreon.com/David Rams, then that opens up DMs for you, which is pretty cool. If you're not interested in that, you could join the YouTube team right here on YouTube. It's easy to set it all up here. There are two really simple ways you can support me and support the channel, support the stream. Thank you to everybody who has joined and supported. And thank you to everybody who already is in the team. And actually, we had someone who joined today, Epiphytic Lycan is the username. Thank you for joining the Patreon team, legend. I appreciate that. It's amazing. Thank you to everybody who tipped and donated, and everybody, of course, who got involved in the conversations and the lively live chat. I'll see you all in the next video.